Hi everybody and welcome back to Crafted by Corie. If you're new, I'm Corie. If you're returning, thank you so much for the ongoing support. Today's video is a compilation of all of my farmhouse or the best of my farmhouse projects over the course of this year. I'm coming up on my 1-year anniversary on YouTube. I can't believe how far I've come. Thank you so much to every single one of you who has supported me so far along my journey. And without further ado, let's go ahead and get right into the crafting. DIY number 1. For this project, I am going to be using my Moss Waverly chalk paint, as well as the craft sticks. These are like tongue depressor sticks. The heart that I picked up at the Dollar Tree, this one's all glittery, but we're going to be painting it over. I also have 4 frames, also from the Dollar Tree, all the same. They have to be identical. And then a bunch of greenery that I have from Walmart. So I'm just taking off the little extra heart from the middle there, as well as the hanger, and I'm going to go ahead and paint this. Now, if you watch my channel a lot, you know I normally just paint right out of the bottle. In this instance, I am not, because this is covered with glitter, and I didn't want to risk having glitter end up on my paintbrush and then me sticking my paintbrush into the bottle. So that is why I did that. But I coated it both sides, set it aside to dry, and now I am working on my frames. So I started pulling these all off and then realized that I wasn't going to need to use the back of these frames at all, so you can just leave them on and just take the whole back off. So went ahead and set everything else aside. Then I also took my glass out. I am going to be using the glass, so I just set that aside for a little bit later. Got all my frames together, and then I started using my Star Bond. This is the medium Star Bond CA glue or super glue. And you know what? I was struggling with the medium for whatever reason. I don't know if it's the type of material that the frame is made out of, but you can see I'd flipped it over. I tried, you know, securing it with my little vice clips, and it just wasn't working. So I came in with some hot glue and just kind of smoothed that out in between the crevices. I want to be able to come in afterwards with some of the craft sticks to make it a little bit more secure, so I didn't want the hot glue sticking up too much. So that's what my thought process was there. So now I'm like, well, how do I deal with this gap? Thought about hot glue. I didn't do it. I came in with my thick Star Bond glue, which is also a wood filler. Now, these frames are not wood. They're like a heavy foam, I would say. So the Star Bond actually did serve its purpose here. And it filled in that gap for the most part, but not entirely. So I'll show you in a minute what I do. And I couldn't tell that it wasn't completely filled in until after I came in with the paint. So I'm just doing a heavy dry brush with my plaster by Waverly. This is chalk paint. And now I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, I can see all these gaps. I don't like it. So what did I do ultimately? Yeah, I came in with the hot glue and I just ran a bead all the way down along each of these gaps. And then I just went back over it with the plaster to cover that up. And it actually worked out quite well. And this little thing is pretty darn secure now. So then I flipped it back over. I placed all of my glass pieces in, and then I came in with my hot glue to secure them in so that they would be a little bit more permanent and fixed in, because again, I'm not putting the backs back on these, so I needed to make sure that the glass was going to be secure. And I just did hot glue on 2 of the edges. So now there was a little bit of a gap between the glass and where I would want to put these craft sticks to make sure that everything is secure. So, and I don't want to be able to see the sticks through the glass. So I ended up cutting them down the middle, and then I slid the half craft sticks in underneath the little lips that are there to secure the backs of the frames. I hope this is making sense. It's kind of hard to explain, but hopefully you're getting it based on what I'm doing here. And then I just ran a whole bunch of hot glue along that, and then I added another popsicle stick. So like those little lips that hold the backings of the frames, were sandwiched between the 2 layers of the craft sticks. And then I added them around the perimeter also, just to help secure the frame in place, or the glass, excuse me. So now, once I have that together, I set that aside for right now, and I'm coming back to my heart now that it's dry, and I'm pulling apart all my picks. You guys know me, I'm always pulling apart the picks. I did try to see if maybe I could keep them intact, and it just wasn't gonna happen. They were just too large for this little heart and what I wanted to do. So I came in, and one by one, I attached these little pieces of the greenery picks to the heart, and I just kept layering it. I tried to go from the inner edge at first and then from the outer edge, just to make sure that everything was covered. And then I kind of kept alternating back and forth from the outer edge to the inner edge, from the inner edge back out to the outer edge, and just went around the entire perimeter of the wreath form. Well, what I'm calling a wreath form. So once that was all done, I have my little greenery heart here. And I came back in with some ribbon. This is like a light gauzy kind of ribbon. And I thought I wanted to hang it from the inside of the wreath. And I thought, well, if I can put it on either side of the little point, it'll help to define my heart shape a little bit better. But as I was working with it, I'm looking at it and I'm trying to get it to work, and I just wasn't happy with the way that it was looking. So ultimately I decided that I wasn't going to do it that way. I just didn't care for it at all. Here I am still playing with it. How long am I going to play with it before I give it up? So yeah. So I finally decided it wasn't working for me. So instead I flipped it over. I took the same ribbon and I folded over the ends, and I'm just going to attach it to the back of my little wreath, for lack of a better term. So once that was all glued down and secured, I went ahead and flipped it back over. Of course, I wanted more glue. Flipped it back over, and then I centered it on my window frame, and then I'm going to attach it to the back of the frame. So I just ran a nice bead of hot glue down that craft stick. I probably did it like 3 or 4 inches, just because I wanted to make sure that that was nice and secure and not going anywhere. And then I trimmed that off, tucked my ribbon under, and I went ahead and glued that down some more. So now I decided it needed a little something more, and so I'm just making a little loop bow with some scraps of the ribbon that I had. So basically you just create a loop and then you tie another piece of ribbon around the center to make your tails. That's really all that you do. And then I used those tails to also attach it to the ribbon at the top. Once that was done, I went ahead and I dovetailed my ends just to finish it off. DIY number 2. So for this, I'm using some scrap wood. I'm also using a couple of rounds that came from a pack from Hobby Lobby. It was a pack of 4 for like $2.99. And this is a $5 spindle that I got from the Home Depot, along with some Adirondack white chalk paint and some elephant chalk paint. So I'm going to start out with my miter saw, and I'm going to cut the spindle not at the midway point. I picked a point that looked like a good place for my liking. And now I'm measuring the longer piece down to be just slightly longer than the original piece. And I wanted them to have a similar look. So now I'm showing you the screws that I'm going to be using. I found center on my wood blocks, and I'm just drilling holes. I'm using one as a template for the other. I didn't show it because it was too hard to get it in frame, but I also drilled holes in the tops and bottoms of the spindles in the center. Now I was just showing you that I had found a larger drill bit that was a little bit bigger than my screw heads because I want to be able to countersink my screws. So see that? I didn't go all the way through, just a little bit, just enough so that when I screw these in, my screw heads will sit below the surface of the wood, and that's going to allow them to sit flat on whatever surface I set these candlesticks on. So I started off my screw in that wood, and then once it was starting to poke out on the other side, I attached it to the spindle and started securing it that way. And then I just tightened it up as much as I could. So then I found center on my circles, and I did the exact same process. I drilled my holes, then I switched out my drill bit and did what I needed to do to enable myself to be able to countersink my screws. So that's what I'm doing there. And here they are put together. So giving them a good coat of the Adirondack white chalk paint. Now I'm just dry brushing a little bit on the white part of the spindles just to blend everything. And then using my elephant with my chip brush, going in and distressing everything, especially on those edges.
DIY number 3. For this project, I have a pine box that I actually got at the liquor store of all places. This is a box that was used to store or ship, I'm assuming, wine bottles. And I happened to be at the liquor store and saw the boxes sitting there and asked them what they were doing with them. And they said, well, we're selling them for $2 a piece. So I bought all 3 that were there. So for this one, I was just pulling out the little staples that were still in it and got it fixed up with my wood filler, and then I was just showing you my chalk paint that I picked up at Habitat for Humanity Restore. This is the color Winter, and it is pretty much an exact match in color to the plaster chalk paint by Waverly if you're looking for something of the similar color. So I had painted the bottom part of my box. Now I am coming in with my Waverly Antique Wax and a baby wipe, and I am going to give a good coat to my lid of my box, and I'm coating both sides. Once that was all set, I set it aside to dry, and I'm taking 4 Dollar Tree plungers, removing the handles from the bases, and I'm just going to cut off that twisty, screwy part that goes into the plunger base. And now I'm just trying to figure out how much of these I need to trim off to just make sure that they are all the same length. I need them to be exact. So I am being meticulous in just making sure that they're all lined up and that I am cutting them all to the same length. Once I had them all cut, I went ahead and gave them a coat of paint with my winter chalk paint. And now I'm going to attach my lid to my box. I'm just deciding which side I want facing out, essentially. So I have these brass hinges that I had picked up from the Home Depot, and I am just going to attach them to my box. Now, I want to make sure that I have preset holes for these because I don't want to split my wood because this box is really, the wood is very thin. So as you can see, I'm actually using my little pokey tool from the Dollar Tree and my piercer, and I'm actually using that to go in because I did not have a drill bit that was small enough, and I figured that this would actually work, and since the pine wood is such a soft wood, it worked just fine. So once I had all of my holes set, and I had measured off both sides just to make sure that I was placing them in the same place before I started in with creating my holes. But then I was able to just screw them right in by hand, and I've got a working box with a lid. I was so proud of myself with this, you guys. So I'm going to flip that upside down. And on the bottom, I am going to adhere my legs, and I am just using some wood glue now. You do want to go back in and make sure that you're securing them with screws or nails or something. Screws are ideal from the inside down into the legs because the glue probably is not sufficient to hold them. If it gets bumped sideways, you might end up breaking your legs off. So Just a word to the wise. So now I'm using a 1x2 that I had picked up at the Home Depot. It's something like $1.18 for an 8-foot length. And I'm cutting that down to a size for braces all the way around. And I'm using my antique wax for these as well. So now when I had measured them off, I did it at the base. And I didn't account for the fact that they do taper slightly. So I found that they were a little bit too short where I wanted to be having them about 6 inches from the tip of the foot, or the part that's going to hit the floor. So I was going ahead and using some large popsicle sticks to just use as little shims in there, and I'm attaching those with some wood glue to my braces before I attach the braces between my legs. Hopefully that makes sense. So using some wood glue for this, and I wasn't too concerned about how it was going to look because I am planning on using another element to just secure everything even more. So I've got my little Dollar Tree level and making sure that everything is the same height and level and even. And as I mentioned here, I'm coming in with my jute twine from Walmart. This is a big roll that I had gotten a while back, and I had cut off a nice length. It was probably about, I would say, a 9 or 10 foot length of jute twine that I cut off so that I could work with it a little bit more easily here. And I'm just wrapping it around and going at an angle across, and you're going to see in just a little bit how that looks on the other side. And then I tied it off when I had it to where I wanted it. I'll trim off that little piece, and then I just used a little smidge of hot glue on the end of my knot to make sure that it wouldn't come undone. But here is my piece all finished, my little side table with storage. I'm very proud of it, and I cannot wait to hear what you think. Leave me a comment and tell me what you think of this piece. DIY number 4. So this is another thrift flip project, because that's what we're doing here today with Chemo. I got each of these, I believe they were $3 and $2 respectively, and I cleaned them up. They are metal cast iron, I think. Maybe not cast iron, wrought iron. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. I don't know. They're metal. And I thought they were really pretty. But I'm just coming in with some of my plaster colored chalk paint, did a dry brush technique on both of them just to make them a little more farmhouse. And these are all from the Dollar Tree. I have these fun jars that I'm going to add the hanging tops to and kind of turn them into lanterns here. This was such a fun and easy project. So you can see how the chains will allow them to hang. Now, my chains are a little bit long for these pieces that I'm trying to hang them from. So I knew I was going to have to kind of jerry rig it a little bit. You can totally clip your chains and reattach them together to make them shorter. It would not be that difficult to do. I wasn't convinced that I was always going to want to hang these on these particular pieces, and so I wanted to have the option of changing it up and having the longer chains on them in the future. So I opted to just use this extra little wire that I have in my stash, and I just twisted it through the chains where I wanted to make it hang from, for lack of a better term. And then I went ahead and just twisted it in so it wouldn't get pokey. And then you can see that I wrapped the excess chain around there as well. So then I took these decorative stones from the Dollar Tree and I just added them in. I ended up just untwisting that because I figured it would be a little bit easier, and I wanted to be able to put a candle in there too. So I just twisted it off. You can see it came off really easily. I used half of this little bag in each of my glass containers. And here they are all set up. I love these so much. Here they are all lit up. Let me know what you think in the comments.
DIY number 5. So this is my before and after shot. On the left is what it looked like before I got started, and on the right is what we ended up with the final result. So let's go ahead and show you what we did. So went ahead and cleared everything out. This is my son Jordan helping. He's home visiting from where he's stationed for the Marines, so was really happy to have him here because I did feel like it was a little bit daunting to try and do this by myself. Totally could do it by myself, but sometimes with things like this, I like having somebody to help out. So we cleared everything out of there. You saw Jordan taking the little Swiffer duster and clearing out the little areas of dust that had collected under the piece of furniture that I had there. And he is putting down a drop cloth for me, the kind of son that he is. Because the first thing that we're going to do is actually paint this wall. So, yep, he just took out the little nail that was holding the painting there, and we took off the other little print that was on the wall just so that we didn't bump it and knock it off on the floor in the process of doing this. So we are using this dark chocolate color. You can actually see that there on the side. I think my dog hit the camera, so sorry about that. And don't mind the mess on my desk. But I am doing the cutting in, and Jordan is using the roller. And the reason for using this dark paint is so that when we put up the pallet wall, if there are any gaps, it will be a lot less noticeable with a dark color behind there. So once that was done, we left that to dry and we moved on out into the garage. And I have all of this pallet wood that Rich had gotten for me. He had gotten me a bunch of pallets, and a few years ago, actually, we had gone to the task of cutting them all down. So they've just been sitting out in the garage, and Jordan and I measured off an area, and now we're just laying out the pallet wood in the pattern that we want to put it up on the wall. So you can see Sammy is there helping as well, or not so much, but he loves playing fetch with his ball, and he can be a little bit relentless, so he's popping in and out. So we're measuring it off. I needed this to be 6 feet wide and 103 inches from top to bottom. So once we had that measured off, we went ahead and we are drawing with a straight edge a line all the way down from top to bottom on the pallet wood. And then we're going to go back and do the same thing on the other side once we have this one done. And this is going to be our cutting lines. I just wanted to make sure we had a nice straight line on either side of what will be our pallet wall. So now we're measuring again from the line that we drew on the far side, and Jordan is marking it off at the 6 foot, I'm lining it up at 6 feet and he's marking it down at the end. And then we're going to use our straight edge to draw a line all the way down our boards again. And once we have that done, Jordan is helping me go through. He is on the ends marking an X on the section that we're going to be cutting off and not using. And then we're also marking the back of the boards with a number and a color. So we numbered them. I want to say we had something like 73 boards in all. So they're numbered 1 through 73. And then we were also randomizing the stain colors that we were going to be using. I had 4 different colors of stain. One was called Kona, which was a really dark brown, almost black. Then we had dark walnut, weathered gray, and then something called sun bleached. And the sun bleached ended up being, I thought it was going to be a sand color, but it ended up being like a light gray. So I had basically a really dark brown, a medium brown, like a chocolate brown, a nice medium gray, and then a light gray that I was working with. So now I'm using the miter saw, or the chop saw, I think some people call it, and I'm just trimming off the edges on the boards that we had marked for cutting. So as I do this, Jordan's off camera right now, but he is there sanding all of these boards down just on the sides that will be facing out. So the sides that we want to stain as well as the edges, just to make sure that everything is nice and clean and we don't have anything sticking out that might cause splinters or anything of that nature. So once, and there you can see Jordan sanding away for me. So once I had them all cut down, I took the ones that he had sanded and I started sorting them by color. So I wanted to make sure that I had all of the same color together so I could do one stain at a time, and it was just going to be most efficient that way. So once I had the ones that he had already sanded sorted out, I went ahead and I'm lining him up with all of one color so that he can go ahead and get those all sanded while I am starting to stain. So I'm just collecting the other ones that didn't need to be cut, and I'm picking them up by color, getting those sorted. And you can see Sammy trying for those tennis balls that are hanging in the garage. Rich had set those balls up for us so that when we pull our cars in, we know exactly where to stop, because as you can see, we've got a lot of storage in the garage as well. So Sammy just loves his tennis balls, and he spent a good part of the time trying to see if there was a way that he could grab the ones that were hanging in the garage. But at any rate, I am coming in now with the Kona, which is that dark brown color, and I am using a paintbrush. Now, I did use the paintbrush for this first stain color, and then later on I ended up just applying it and removing it with paper towels. So I'm applying it with a paintbrush, and then I'm going to remove the excess with a paper towel. But I ultimately, and here I'm showing you that how pretty that wood grain looked with that dark stain color. But ultimately, you know, I forgot that these are oil based, and I didn't have any mineral spirits or anything proper to clean out my paintbrush. So I ultimately decided here's Sammy trying to help again, ultimately decided that for the other colors, I was just going to come in and use paper towel to apply the, and you could use a rag. Paper towel is probably not the best thing. If Sammy's watching from Unicorn Dust Design, she does a lot with wood stains, and she's probably going, oh, Corie, what are you doing? But it worked for me. So I got everything stained, and once it was dry, we came in with our handy dandy nail gun, which I absolutely love. Rich got this for me for my birthday, and it was the best. I just love it. And we are just identifying the order, and actually my daughter stepped in and helped us at this point, and she was looking for all of the numbers and getting them in order for us, and then we just took them and one by one, 1 through 73 or whatever it ended up being, just applied them to the wall and just put a nail in each of the 4 corners of each of the pieces of pallet. And the brads, these are nail brads that I'm using in my nail gun, and they were 2-inch brads. So my pallet wood, I would say these pieces are about a 1/2 inch thick each. So we've got the nails that are able to sink into the wall about 1.5 inches, and I figured that that should be sufficient for our purposes and should secure these quite nicely. And they seem to have worked quite well. Now, I will say that in this particular wall, I have no outlets, I've got no power running through there, I don't have ductwork or anything like that. If you're going to do something like this, I would just warn that you probably want to be aware of any electrical wires or anything that might be in the wall behind, because you don't want to damage any wiring. So I happen to have a pantry on the other side of this wall, so I know for a fact that there's nothing in the wall there. And there's Elena helping, and she's dusting them off because we did have a lot of sawdust on there. So she's just making sure that they're nice and clean for me as we put them up onto the wall. And then she got in on the action too, showing Lena how to use the nail gun. And I was really happy with the way that it was turning out already. And honestly, once we had everything cut and sanded and stained, this last part was really pretty quick. I think we got the whole wall up in maybe half an hour, It was really, really fast. And the project in and of itself, from start to finish, was about 8 hours worth of work, just to give you an idea. And that's with having the pallet wood already cut down. So you'd probably want to add in at least a couple more hours if you're going to start pulling pallets apart yourself. And there we have it. Just cleaning up, removing our tarp, and we'll put our furniture back in a little bit, but here's the final product. Let me know what you think in the comments. I'd love to get your thoughts. DIY number 6. So starting out with 3 lengths of nautical rope. Now this is, I believe, 12 feet that I cut off for each of these 3 lengths, and I'm going to tie them at the top, and then I'm going to be braiding them all the way down the length. Now, if you have access to Dollar Tree nautical rope, that would work. I just have not been able to find the nautical rope in my Dollar Trees lately. So I ordered this on Amazon. I went a little crazy, and I think it's like a 600-foot spool that I ordered. They do have it in a lot of different sizes of spools, so I'll go ahead and link that in the description box in case you have interest in that. Now, I had to show you all of this ribbon that I got from Costco, you guys. Costco has their holiday ribbon out. I bought 6 different kinds. I still have some left over, different types from last year. They have at least a dozen kinds of ribbon, but it's such a great deal because these are $6.99 and it's 50 yards, you guys. So 150 feet for $7. You really can't beat that. It's a great deal, and I just love their ribbon. So I'm going to be using 2 of those, but we'll get to that in a little bit. I just wanted to share. So now I've got a bunch of different florals and berries and leaves. Most of these I actually did pick up at Joann's because they were on sale. I believe they were 70% off. I always want to make sure I get everything on sale. So going to go in and kind of place them along the length of my garland. Now I did find the center point. That's where my hand is at the moment, is my center point. And I am going to do pretty much the same thing on either side. And this is why I braided the garland, you guys, the rope as my base, because I wanted to have a way to tuck all of these picks in there and be able to wrap the little stems around them somewhat and just anchor them in a little bit better than just relying on glue. So I'm anchoring them in, and then I'm using the hot glue for added security, if you will. Once I have just a layer, if you will, of flowers and leaves and everything down the length of my garland, I'm going to come in and I'm going to place a bow at the top, and then I'll also be weaving the ribbon down along the sides. So for the first part of the ribbon, I'm using this really pretty kind of plaid neutral tone ribbon. I'm using a chenille stem. I did about 6 loops. I just wrapped it over and over and over on itself, right? So secured it in the middle. I did not clip the ribbon. I know some people like to clip just a little teeny notch on either side of the ribbon. I don't bother to do that. Works fine for me, but really do whatever you're most comfortable with and what you like the best. Once I had that base ribbon set the way I wanted it, I created a second ribbon with this really pretty sparkly rose gold. I love this ribbon. I love my Farmhouse, but I also love a little bling. So this makes me so happy. So added that on, connected it with the same chenille stem, and then I attached it with the chenille stem to the garland where I wanted it. Now I'm coming back in with both ribbons together. So both of them together, and I tucked it into the braided rope, but then I also did go back and secure it with some hot glue. Now down the length of it, you'll see me pinching it here and there, and I did use some wire to attach the pinched ribbon to where I wanted it along the garland. I just figured that that would be better than using hot glue along here, and it worked out really well. You can see my little silver wire off to the left side there. That was the wire that I was using. I had saved it from another project. So here you go. This is how it looks on my mantle before I finish decorating. I was actually happy that I didn't make it too robust, if you will, because my mantle isn't that deep and I wanted to be able to have room for other things, not just the garland on here. So if you want it more full, certainly you can do that. But this is the way that I opted to do this. And I am loving this, you guys. I just think it's got the perfect amount of sparkle and it just makes me happy. DIY number 7.
So this is my inspiration photo from Grandinroad. These were like $79, you guys. So I'm like, Dollar Tree pumpkin. Yeah, here we go. This is a napkin that I had left over from Bed Bath & Beyond, a pack that I had from a while ago. Used my Adirondack white chalk paint, some folk art chalk paint, and gold. Gonna give our pumpkin a couple of coats of white chalk paint. I'd set the little oh yeah, I sanded this off because it was bothering me. There was a ridge on it. I just wanted it all to be nice and smooth. So then I'm going to paint with the gold paint the little stem. So once those were dry, I'm tearing the little leaves, and this is a 3-ply napkin, you guys. You want just the single ply for this. But notice I am tearing my leaves out. If you tear rather than cut, it is less noticeable around the edges. They blend a lot better when you use your Mod Podge to adhere them. So this time I'm using the glossy Mod Podge because I do want there to be a little bit of a shine to this pumpkin. So I'm going in and I am adding on my little leaves a little bit at a time. So I'm just putting down a little bit of Mod Podge and then I'll add a leaf or two. And just going back over it with the Mod Podge and making sure that it lays down nice and flat. And I'm just taking my time here. This is just sped up really fast for you. So see there? And then it'll dry completely clear. Now you might have noticed before when I was still doing the tearing of the leaves that I had a paintbrush that I was going around them with. I was using water. So if you take a little paintbrush and basically trace a line where you want to tear your napkin, it just makes it a lot easier to tear and it gives you a little bit more control as to where those tears happen. So just working my way around my pumpkin and placing my leaves where I think they are needed. And yeah, I just thought this was super cute. So I'm admiring it a little bit and figuring out where to put these leaves. And I ended up going back in and adding some more berries to it here and there. But let me know what you think. I enjoyed this project. And then I just hot glued the stem back on to the pumpkin.
DIY number 8.
So this is a trash to treasure project. I haven't done a trash to treasure in a while, and I'm really excited about this one. This came off of a mirror that is part of my daughter's bedroom set from when she was a little girl, and she decided she didn't want this little frou-frou thing on the top of her mirror anymore, so we removed it, and now it's just a square mirror. So I gave it a coat, actually a couple of coats of my chalk paint, my Home Decor Black. And now I am applying a decal that I had created on my silhouette. I cannot talk tonight. My silhouette cameo. And I had made it a little bit too big. You know that saying about measure twice and cut once? Yeah, I only measured once. And then I forgot the measurement and I thought it was an inch taller than it really was. So I had to kind of cut it apart and piece it together. But it all worked out well in the end. I figured it out. So once I had my decal applied, I'm actually taking Elmer's school glue and I am just applying this all over the sign, and I bet some of you can already guess at what I'm going to be attempting here. I wanted to try a crackle paint technique. Now, this is the first time I've ever tried to do crackle paint. I probably should have researched it some more. I have a feeling that you all are going to be teaching me more on this video than I am teaching you right here because I am looking forward to the comments on what I did wrong. So actually it did turn out really nice in the end. It just didn't crackle as much as I might have expected it to. I think it was a combination of perhaps not allowing the glue to dry quite enough. I probably should have let that dry a little bit longer. And then I think I probably applied my chalk paint with a slightly too heavy coat in areas. But at any rate, this is my plaster chalk paint that I used over top, and I'm coming in with my heat gun now and trying to get it to crackle. And it took a little bit of time, and you saw me kind of push that with my finger. I was getting all kinds of bubbles, right? So it was heating up the paint and the glue underneath, and it was bubbling in places, and I don't know, maybe it's supposed to do that. Is it supposed to bubble? You guys tell me. Those of you who have done crackle paint before, let me know if it's supposed to bubble. So you'll see me tapping on it here and there every once in a while, but I did get some really good big cracks in places, as you can see, and then some other places it was just, yeah, not a whole lot of anything going on. I did know that I have my image underneath here that I'm going to be peeling up, so I wasn't super concerned about it just yet. I was still optimistic. So I did come in and start peeling up my decal, and again, Miss Impatient, right? I probably should have let it dry a little bit longer than I did, but I was working with it. And so I skipped from the left side where I had started over to the right side where it was a little bit drier. I thought maybe that would work better. I just was very uncertain with this whole project because, again, I'd never done it before. And so I wasn't sure how long to let things dry. I didn't know if it would be harder to remove my decal if I waited too long or what. In hindsight, I'm thinking I probably should have let it all dry a little bit longer, but again, I'm looking forward to all your comments and suggestions for the next time I attempt to do this. And when you normally do your crackle paint, do you work with a decal like this, or is it usually just the crackle paint on the surface and then you're not really having a design on top of it? I don't know. Let me know. But at any rate, I just kept going through and peeling away my decal as best as I could. As I was peeling it away, it was picking up or taking some of the paint with it along the edges. And if I were not doing crackle paint, that would drive me insane. But because I wanted this to have an old look to it, the jagged edges was actually, in my opinion, adding to the charm of the piece and adding to the design. So I was really okay with it. And I actually felt like that was a benefit to what I was doing. So I don't know. You let me know if you agree or disagree. But it was fun attempting it, and ultimately, I really am thrilled with this piece. I now have it set above the doorway to my powder room on my first floor, so I see it all the time. And the way that my home is set up, it's at the end of a long hallway, and so you can see it all the way down the hallway, and I'm just so happy with it. I get to admire it every day. So now I've come in with some matte Mod Podge, and I'm sealing it all in just to make sure that nothing flakes away, and let me know what you think.
DIY number 9.
So this is my inspiration picture. I saw this at Michael's, I believe, and I am going to recreate it. I have some burlap. It's a burlap square that my friends at burlapfabric.com sent me. It's about 14 by 14. And then I also have the green twine that they had sent me as well, and then those little flowers I had picked up at Michael's, and I have some Dollar Tree ribbon, which is kind of like almost like a burlap ribbon. I'm not really sure how you would categorize it, but I went ahead and pinned my little burlap square together on an angle, as you could see, and I'm coming through with an embroidery needle and my green twine, and I'm going to sew all the way down that seam. Now, at first I thought I was going to take the little wires from these flowers and tuck them through the burlap and sew them in, and ultimately I decided that was just kind of a little bit of a pain, to be honest. And I decided that I was just going to go ahead and hot glue them on. And I hadn't quite decided that yet at this point, but I figured I would sew it all first, come back and add the flowers. I figured I would be able to tuck them in, but when I did go back with those wires, it was just more hassle than it was worth, and I did ultimately decide to just hot glue them. So you've got options. Once I made it down to the end, I knotted that off, and then I tucked my needle back through, and you can see I cut it off inside. That way my little end wouldn't be showing. So now I'm going to go ahead and I am just going to finish off that outer edge. Now this particular burlap already had, it was sewn around the edge so that it wouldn't fray, but I just wanted to make the edge pretty. So I'm coming around here and using a blanket stitch. And as you can see, I just stick my needle in, I come up in front of the piece that I'm holding to pretty much create a knot. So it's a really pretty basic stitch. Even if you've never sewn before, you can absolutely do this. So once I had that all finished off and pretty, I started to measure out the length of the hanger that I wanted. And I did measure it long because I planned to braid this. Now I'm using 2 of the pieces of the green twine, for lack of a better word, and then also the ribbon. And because of the width of the ribbon and the way that I decided to braid this, it ended up creating a really cool pattern, and I loved it a lot. So I just thought that was really, really neat. So coming in now with some hot glue to secure it to the inside of my little flower hanger, my blooms hanger. And now you can see here I'm coming back in with all of the flowers and hot gluing them in place. At this point, I had tried with the wire and it was really just becoming more hassle than it was worth. So I just went ahead and continued to cut those off once I had identified where I wanted to place them, and then hot gluing them into place. I also decided to add this tongue depressor stick to the back of my little blooms holder, and I am attaching it exactly to the back of where the hanger is attached on the front side. Hopefully that makes sense. I just decided I wanted it to have a little bit more stability, so when I actually put flowers into this, it wouldn't just collapse on itself. Hopefully that also makes sense. So I stuck a little bit of newspaper in the bottom just to fill it out and give it some shape. And I think this is one of the few times that I'm actually not cutting my picks apart. If you watch my channel regularly, you know I tend to love to cut my picks apart, but in this instance I did leave them whole, and I am just tucking in some really pretty spring flowers. And this is the end result. I hope you love it as much as I do. Please give me a thumbs up if you like the project.
DIY number 10.
I am super excited. This is my inspiration picture. I saw it at Hobby Lobby. It was like 120 bucks. We're using Dollar Tree supplies. Well, I thought I was going to be using those tubes. They didn't work out. I have a couple of different sized buckets here. I went with the small ones eventually. I also have some paper towel holders that I am going to kind of dismantle a little bit. So that larger ring was able to just pop right off. It just took a little bit of bending it back and forth and it popped off. And then I am going to trim off those other little pieces that are sticking out there. I'm just using my heavy gauge wire cutters, and I just was able to score it until it came off. It actually worked out a lot easier than I had anticipated. I wasn't sure if that was going to break off. So I am just trying to figure out placement for everything here, because I'm using the paper towel holders to attach my little buckets. So also using these little blocks. These wooden blocks are from the Dollar Tree as well. I think they come in a pack of like 50. And just using them as a little ledge to adhere my buckets. Now, when you do this, I was using hot glue for the sake of ease and time, but if you want this to be permanent, I do recommend using E6000 or something of that nature, because they did pop off on me a couple of times when I was bumping them and knocking things around trying to get all of the elements working here, because it did take quite a bit of trial and error on my part, and I'll share a little bit more about that as I go, but I figured it all out so you don't have to. So now I'm coming in with my Arteza outdoor acrylic paint, and I decided to use the outdoor paint even if I decide to use this indoors because we are going to be using water with this. So I figured the outdoor acrylic paint was most likely going to hold up the best. I'm using the black that I went through with first, and then I have a battleship gray color that I'm coming in and using, and then I'll also use the silver, and I'm just looking to get that galvanized look. So coated all surfaces with it, including the inside of the little buckets. For the inside, I couldn't get in there with my sponge, so I just was using my little chippy brush to do it, and it did a great job. So once I had all of that done and had them looking the way I wanted, I created a rust tone with my red and my chocolate brown, and I am just going to hit that with in all the little places where you would normally anticipate seeing rust. So like on the lip of the bucket, at any of the joints, that sort of thing. And then I did put some on my little Floral Jardin little fun thing to just make it look like it had some rust too. Then I was securing everything inside. Now this was my attempt at using those balloon sticks. These are tubes, you know, it probably could have worked for me. But yeah, they were just a little bit rigid. When I tried to actually bend it without using my heat gun, it snapped. So if you do decide to try to use these for some other project, just know that you can't just bend them. But I fashioned it all together, and I had what I thought might work, and so I'm filling it up with water because I was determined and convinced that I was going to be able to siphon the water in a way that it would flow and do what I needed it to do. I just figured, you know, as long as I had the dimensions right, yeah, that doesn't work. And here I am attempting again. I'm like, oh, well, I'll create a little water tower on the side and maybe that will help. Yeah, it was basically just extending my tube. So when you siphon water, to have it work properly, your exit point must be lower than your entry point. And I spent probably a good couple of hours learning this the hard way because I was just convinced that there was some way to do it. And there technically is, you can create a heron's fountain, but I learned that that was something I would have to flip over constantly to get the water to continue to flow. So yeah, you could do it that way and not use power, but I ultimately went with a little pump. Now I'm sealing in the base all around here because during my trial and error, I did find that this is not completely watertight. So if you're going to use this for water, you definitely want to seal that. So now I've shown you the first pump that I attempted, and this is something that I found on clearance at Lowe's. It was like $4. So I was really excited to find it. It's a little pond pump. Didn't really occur to me at the time that when it said that it could pump water up 2 to 3 feet in the air, it might be a little bit too strong for this project. So at any rate, I've got my tubing all set. I am getting my pump ready to test, and water went everywhere. I'm like, oh no, oh no. And now the only way to turn it on and off is to unplug it. And so now my hands are covered with water. I'm trying to get this to stay inside. So, I mean, you can't even really see here the extent of the water, and there was water everywhere. So I'm like, okay, what do I do with this thing? Because I'm by myself. How do I shut this thing off? So I finally got it wedged in there. I was able to dry off my hands. Yeah, it was an experience. So now I'm like, what do I do? So I made a trip to the pet store and got a different pump. So I ended up getting a little aquarium pump. So now, as I had seen with that first attempt, the water was going, you know, a little bit too forcefully, and it was also overshooting my buckets. So I did heat up my hot glue here, and I moved my little paper towel holder gadgets to the far outsides of my basin, which is really where I wanted them in the first place. So that worked out well. So here I am setting up the new pump. This is the aquarium pump, and it was for, I think, like a 30-gallon fish tank, and this was perfect. And I was able to use the same tube and everything. And now I'm just coming in with some hydrangeas from the Dollar Tree just to cover up the pump and make it look pretty.
DIY number 11.
I have a little candy dish from the Dollar Tree. I've got my yellow Sunny Porch chalk paint by Home Decor. I have 3 of these candlestick holders from the Dollar Tree. I had already glued a couple of them together when I was planning for a wedding that was supposed to take place and then COVID hit. So these have been repurposed for other projects in the meantime. So I am using my E6000 along with some hot glue for the immediate hold to add that third one on there. And now I'm going to prep my little candy bin and give it a good couple of coats of the Sunny Porch chalk paint. So once that is all done and dry, I'm coming in with my little LED light from the Dollar Tree, and it has a twist off base, and I was just trying to figure out whether I was going to be able to get it out of there once I had secured it, because I want to be able to replace the batteries in it. So I decided it was going to be possible, so I went ahead and attached it to the bottom of that candy dish. I flipped it upside down and put it on my little candlestick holders, and you can see me pressing down on it, just testing that it's going to work that way to turn my little lamp on and off. So now I'm just using the eraser end of a mechanical pencil to add little polka dots to my lampshade, because I decided it needed a little something extra. So coming through with my white chalk paint to add that on, and just setting my little shade on top. You can see how that came through. So now I have this pack of, it was a value pack of all these little wood pieces from the Dollar Tree, and I pulled out these large popsicle sticks and a few other odds and ends. So I trimmed off the ends of the popsicle sticks. Now I'm using a regular size popsicle stick that I cut in half, and I'm just making a miniature sign using my wood glue as well as my hot glue to piece all of this together so that it'll have that long-term bond, but then I also have that immediate hold so that I can keep working with it. I went ahead and gave it a coat of my Adirondack white chalk paint and set that aside to dry. And while that's drying, I am using my little odds and ends, and I'm going to use my Arteza acrylic paint markers, and I am painting the little hearts white, and then I'm going to come in with my lemon yellow, and I'm going to paint this oval yellow and then come back in with black and create these fuzzy little lines across the body of, can you guess, my little bee. So I really liked how with the wood it was allowing the black to bleed a little bit. I probably had not waited until the yellow was fully dry, which probably also assisted with that, and it just made me happy because it made it look even a little bit more fuzzy, which a bee tends to be. So now I'm attaching his little heart wings to his body with some hot glue. And then I figured out where I wanted to place him on my sign, using more hot glue to secure him there. And then using my Arteza chalk marker, no, sorry, not my chalk paint marker, this is an acrylic paint marker, to just draw a little dotted happy on my sign, as if my little bee had been buzzing around and did an air drawing of the word happy. So once I had my sign set, I took these cute little clothespins that were also in that value pack, and I'm trying to decide where I want to hang it, what height I want to hang it at on my sign. And I'm using some Dollar Tree baker's twine, and I'm just trying to figure out the length of the twine there. And then I've started to try to tie it to my clothespins like that, and then ultimately decided it was going to be a lot easier if I just took it off and did it and then replaced it. So I tied my little string to my clothespins. I wrapped that string around the base of the lamp once just to secure it, and then I hooked everything together. And you can see my little lamp works just nicely, just popping it on and off. I love this. I hope you love it too. Please leave me a comment and let me know what you think.
DIY number 12. So this project I am totally copying from Sammy at Unicorn Dust Designs. Thank you, Sammy, for the inspiration. It is involving 3 Dollar Tree picture frames that I found that were all the same style. I've got my Gorilla Glue. I had shown you a couple of glass candle holders. This is some scrapbook paper from the Hobby Lobby, and I'm showing you that it's 69 cents, but I got it for $1. They seem to have those on sale all the time. And I'm starting out by removing the little uprights. What do you call those on the back of the picture frame that helps them stand up? But we're not going to need those, so I'm just pulling those off, and I'm going to save them for another project down the road. And I'm going to take everything out, glass included, because I'm going to start by giving the frames a dry brushing of the Adirondack white chalk paint once more. So I'm just going to get everything situated. And you want to be careful. I don't know if you saw that, but I totally broke that little piece of the frame. It's okay because there are other notches, but these frames are not wood. They're like a heavy foam of some sort. So you just want to be really careful and gentle when you're pulling back those tabs, or you'll snap it like I did. So I am just going to go ahead and pull out some of my parchment paper, get everything set, get my stuff out of the way. And I'm going to come in and, like I said, give these a good dry brushing of my Adirondack white chalk paint. So I'm taking my brush, wiping off most of it. This is my chippy brush that I'm using. And I'm going to do this with all 3 frames until they are the way that I would like them to be. So now I'm taking the glass inserts and I am tracing on the back of the paper, and I'm making sure that I'm doing it in the way that I want the slats of the faux wood to go, the design basically. So just want to be aware of that. And now I'm finding center on the back of the paper, and I'm going to trace the piece that I know I'm going to be gluing to the glass part onto the back of here, and I'll explain why I'm doing it on the back in a little bit. Then I'm going to be finding center on my other pieces. Wherever I'm going to be attaching things together, that's where I'm finding center, and I'm marking and tracing just so that when it comes time to assemble it with the glue, I know exactly where I need to place things, because I really wanted to make sure that I had everything lined up. So I'm putting the paper in upside down for right now. We will flip it over later, but right now I just want to get everything assembled. So now you can see where it is that I need to glue everything. That third one, we're not gluing anything to the top, which is why I was able to put the paper in the right way originally. So coming with my Gorilla Glue on 6 of the 8 little sides, and then did some hot glue on those last 2. Sorry about my head, you guys. Kept getting my head in the way of the shot. But so I glued that down on the smallest piece on the underside, and I'm using the wider part to support each tray, because Sammy was brilliant when she did that. It just gives each level a little bit more support. So the narrow end is going on the base, and then the fat end is supporting the shelf for the next level. Hopefully that makes sense. So doing the same thing for the next level, using the Gorilla Glue on all but 2 sides, and then coming in with a little bit of hot glue to make sure that that is secure. And I did that for tops and bottoms. So coming in again, Gorilla Glue, and then I'll be adding some hot glue there. And then, of course, now I'm not paying enough attention. Totally crooked, Corie. what are you doing, girl? I tried to fix it. Of course, the hot glue had cooled really quickly, so I'm like, what do I do? Do I let it just dry like that? And I said, yeah, no, I'm gonna go ahead and pull that off. So I pulled off the hot glue, and I also wiped off the glue there just so I made sure that I had a clean surface, and then I tried it again. So here we go, straight this time, and I am loving this tiered tray, you guys. Sammy, thank you so much. If you want to see how Sammy did it, I do have a link in my description box for her video. So here it is where I'm flipping the papers right side up. Remember that your little frame isn't supported by anything, and I'm sorry you can't see here, but I'll do it again in a second for that top level and you'll see what I did. So opening it up, I'm going to hold the frame because the glass is connected, but the frame itself that goes around the glass isn't supported by anything, right? It's just floating there. So I held on to that, flipped the paper over, sealing it back up again, and there you have it. I love this. Thanks, Sammy. DIY number 13.
For this project, I am starting out with some Spanish moss. I have a cute little bird's nest that I found at the Goodwill. It was originally like $8. I got it for $1. This is a little bird I've had in my stash from the Hobby Lobby for a while. I think he was originally $4, and I'm sure that I got it on sale. I usually get 50% off. Got that double candlestick holder that I was talking about before. I've got tons of those. Taking a plate from the Dollar Tree, and then those moss stones. So these are finger protectors that my sweet subscriber Sarah sent to me. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate you. She was concerned because she sees that I'm like always burning myself with hot glue because I'm really bad about wearing the finger protectors. So I am wearing these for you, Sarah. Thank you. So I had glued my candlesticks to that plate, as you saw, and now I am gluing on my little bird's nest as well. And once I have those secured, I'm going to come in with my moss. And so this Spanish moss, it didn't want to pull apart. So I ended up like cutting it with my scissors. So it all worked out in the end. But I am basically going to apply it to the entire base. So my candlestick holders are going to be completely covered with the Spanish moss. And I'm just making sure that it's all tucked in and around, and using a little bit extra hot glue here and there where necessary, just to have that completely covered. And then I covered the plate area as well, so you didn't see any of the glass or the plastic. It was all bird's nest and moss. And then I came in with some of those little moss stones to place around the bottom, just to give it a little bit more interest. And because I'm going to be coming in with some flowers in just a moment, and I wanted to have a little base where the flowers could stick out from, if that makes sense. So here I am pulling apart my little picks. This is a pick that I've had in my stash for a while that I had gotten at the Hobby Lobby. I just love these sweet little flowers. I think they are so pretty. So trimming it down to the way I want it, getting that in there. Now these little daffodils are actually from the Dollar Tree, and so I'm trimming those down, cutting down that little leaf because I decided it was longer than I wanted it to be. And I am just gluing these in and around the base. And then once I had all the flowers on that I wanted, I set my little birdie on his perch. I tucked in a little bit more of the flowers around his little nest to make him pretty. And that was really it. I love this.
DIY number 14.
For this project, I have this metal vase that I picked up at the Goodwill. I want to say it was $3.99. I think that's what it was. I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly, but I got it all cleaned up. I got the stickies off of it and wiped it down with a baby wipe, and now I am giving it a couple of good coats of my silver lining chalk paint by Waverly. Once that was dry, I came in with my elephant chalk paint, and I am starting at the base, and I had this idea that I was going to be able to let it drip down the sides of the vase, so when you flipped it over, it had this really cool pattern of these like up streaks. Yeah, it's not pour paint. I don't know what I was thinking. It's too thick. I could have figured it out, but then I started kind of dry brushing down the sides, and I was liking the effect of that. So I went ahead and kept doing that until I was a little over halfway up or down the vase, however you want to think of it. So now I've got my buffalo check ribbon, and sorry, I was kind of not showing you very well there, but now you can see I am just putting a length of ribbon around the neck of the vase, and I'm kind of squooshing that part together where I'm going to be applying a bow in a minute. So creating my loop bow, just a very simple loop. I'll cut that little tail off, and then I'll cut another length that I'll tie around the middle to create my bow. And if you're interested in learning how to make different types of bows, I do have a bow tutorial on my channel, and I can link that in the description box for you. So once I have my bow created, I'm just going to go ahead and glue that on, and then I love wired ribbon because you can kind of mold it to your whim, and so I'm just kind of crinkling it, if you will, to make it a little wavy and fun. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 15. So I am starting out with this sign that my sister had hanging in her kitchen, and she asked if I would make it over for her. It used to be the chore board for her girls, and they decided that they didn't really need it like that anymore. So I'm taking my Adirondack white chalk paint by Home Decor, and I'm going to just give the sign 2 coats of the white chalk paint until everything is nice and covered. And then I created a stencil again on my Cameo silhouette, and I'm just going to cut the stencil down. I did have a 24-inch mat, so I just did it all together to try to save stencil material, and then I cut it down into pieces so that I could arrange it a little bit more the way that I wanted it and get it lined up and spaced out how I wanted it. I did use my little measuring tape measure there, as you can see, to make sure that I was lining everything up properly and keeping everything nice and straight and even. So here I am applying it to the board, and I just did that with all 3 pieces of the stencil to make sure that everything was nicely spaced. Now, for those of you who don't have a Cricut or a silhouette, you can certainly hand letter this or print something out on your computer and transfer it and then fill it in. It does not have to be a stencil, or you can find another stencil that you like, right? It doesn't have to be something you cut out on your Cricut. But I came in with my black chalk paint, and I used my little makeup sponge again, as usual, and stenciled that all in, and now I'm taking off the stencil, and really happy with the results. Had, for the most part, I think I only had a couple little places where I had some bleed, but in this area I was pulling up some of my white chalk paint, and at first I was kind of annoyed about it, but then I was like, you know what, I'm planning on distressing this anyway, so I'm not sure why I came in and did the white paint touch-ups because it really probably wasn't necessary considering I was going to be distressing this, but I don't know, my perfectionism was showing, so I wanted it to be nice and clean before I distressed it, I guess. I don't know. So I got that all weeded out, and I'm going to come in with my sanding block, and I am just sanding away and sanding away and sanding away, and then I would come in intermittently and clear out all of the little dust that was created from the sanding. And then the edges of this sign were really pretty. They had a texture to them which made them really great for distressing, so you can see the little ridges coming through. Here's my little dirt devil sucking up all the extra dust. I figured I'd wipe it all down with a wet wipe, and as I was doing that,
it was smudging the paint, and the sanding block had done that a little bit, and I was fine with it again because I was just dressing it. And then I was planning on coming in with some gray paint, but when this started kind of smudging with the wet wipe, I just went with it, and that made it easy. DIY number 16. So for this project, I have some items from the Dollar Tree, this home wood cutout, the fabric from the Crafter Square, and the little felt hearts. And with the fabric, I'm just cutting out a piece that will cover my home sign. And I thought I wanted to try to wrap this around the sign, and so I was kind of trimming off some of the extra and trying to cut slits to help me wrap it around. And I slowly realized that that just was not going to be feasible. So I was trying to come up with a different option and decided to come in with my Mod Podge. And so I gave the whole thing a nice coat of Mod Podge just on that front surface. And then I flipped my sign over onto the fabric, tried to make sure that it was lined up. Fortunately, I could see all of the checks through the back, smoothed that all out, and then started cutting away the excess fabric. Now, you could totally do this with scrapbook paper or something like that, and it would probably be a lot easier. But I have this utility knife that I had gotten. I think it's actually for scrapbooking. I was having the hardest time trying to figure out how to put the blade in it, but essentially you unscrew that little bit. The little ball at the top actually does separate. It opens, and you slide your little blade into that. And then when you screw it all back together again, it tightens up the little ball, and so your blade is secure. Just took me a little bit. So I'm using my little utility knife to cut away the fabric all around the edges of my home sign. And like I said, it would definitely be easier to do this with scrapbook paper, but I was amazed at actually how well this knife did cut through the fabric. And so just had to try and get around all those little edges, and I did cut it out from the E and the heart you saw. And then on the other side, once I was done, I kind of went back and tried to clean up my edges a little bit, make sure that everything was trimmed away. So now I decided I wanted it to not be quite so perfect on the edges. So I grabbed my sanding block from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just coming in and I am sanding the edges of the entire sign, and that's just kind of fraying the fabric all the way around. And then for those little areas where I couldn't get in there with the sanding block, you can see I'm just using regular sandpaper. Got my Dirt Devil. Do those things even get sold anymore? I swear. I inherited that from my mom, and she had it when I was growing up, so that little thing is old. But anyway, I'm now coming in with one of my felt hearts from the Dollar Tree. I think it comes in a pack of 6, I want to say 6 or 8, I can't remember, but nice little pack. And then I'm going to come in after I hot glued it down and use my little utility knife again to cut out the inside of that heart. You could totally leave it, I just wanted to cut it out. And I found that it might have been easier once I got it started to perhaps work on it from the front side and trim it around the wood. I made it work, and I just went back and kind of got in as close as I could to the wood to fix all of my little lines and everything. But I think if I had to do it over again, I might start it on the back side so I would know where to start, and then I might just try to carve it out from the front. And then I just came in with my little scissors to trim it up a little teeny bit more, and there you go. DIY number 17.
So for this, we are going to be using hot glue and Gorilla wood glue, as well as some vases or candle holders. They're going to be candle holders for me today from the Dollar Tree, as well as 3 of these little mini crates, also from the Dollar Tree. I think those are super cute. This is, I think it's like a double shot glass, but I think it could also be a dessert container. I think they came in a 6-pack, also from Dollar Tree. Bear wax in dark, and a whole host of Dollar Tree picks, as well as floral foam, also from the Dollar Tree. And apparently I really wanted to show you what that looked like, but we're gonna get started with our little crates. And I am so sorry about the lighting on this, you guys. It's gonna get better really soon. I'm trying to speed through this part of it. I don't know what happened with the lighting, but I apologize. So I'm going to start out by gluing the 3 little crates together. Going to be using the wood glue for that long-term hold with the extra bond that wood glue will make with wood. And then also using hot glue just for that initial hold so that we can keep on moving with the project. Then once those are glued together, coming in with my bare wax in dark, and then I am going to just, as I go, wipe that down with my little handy Kleenex hand towels that I love to keep on hand. I just think that they are super convenient. So here you go with the one coat on our crates. Coming in now with regular Gorilla Glue. I'm going to be gluing that little double shot glass to the base of the one candle holder because I want to be giving this some height. So using the Gorilla Glue and then again a little bit of hot glue for that immediate bond, and going to be placing that right in the middle. So you can see how that was. Now going to be using the foam, cutting this in half so that I can use some of it on either side of my arrangement. And this is also going to give height to the outer candle holders, just not quite as much height as the center one. So I want them to be at different heights there. So you can see how that is. And then going to cut this floral foam, excuse me. I'm going to be cutting this floral foam to accommodate that middle piece as well. Now I'm going to be coming in, once I have all of that the way I want it, coming in with some hot glue and securing the floral foam to the inside of these little crates. Now I'm putting the glue on the wood as opposed to on the floral foam because I was afraid I would just melt the floral foam if I tried to apply it directly to the foam. So I'm doing my best not to melt the foam and just applying it to the other surfaces that I'm using here in hopes that it just will adhere nice and strong as opposed to melting the foam. Now, if you had more time and wanted to use E6000 or Gorilla Glue, I'm sure that that would work really well as well. So now I'm also going to secure the middle one, but I forgot it first, so I go to show you and I'm like, whoops, I forgot to glue that middle one. So going to also adhere that to the base of the center, and then I'm just going to make sure that everything is nice and lined up and centered and secure, and there you have it. See how those are the different heights there. That was what I was looking for. So now I'm going to be coming in with all of my Dollar Tree picks. I think everything I used for this was Dollar Tree. And you can use whatever color scheme you want. I am using traditional fall colors, but you could make this neutral tones or really whatever you want. You could use pumpkins. I'm just going to be using all florals, and then I did come in with some cotton bulbs as well as some pine cones, some cat's tail. I did a whole bunch of different things in here that I had on hand just to give it different heights and more interest and texture. And I also am using a new little editing feature that I discovered with my editing software. So let me know what you think as we kind of blend through this and kind of do this lapse time, if you will.
So I'm having a little fun here. But as you can see, I'm getting it all filled out. Oh, and I apologize. These were actually from the Hobby Lobby from last year. Some of those little picks with the berries on them that I kind of pulled apart and did the way I wanted. What do you think? Super pretty, but here it is on my kitchen counter. And now I didn't glue down any of those florals, so come the holidays, I can pull this all apart and do a different theme. I celebrate Christmas, so I could do it in reds and greens, a poinsettia, whatever. If you celebrate Hanukkah, you could do it in blues and silvers and whites. There's so much you could do with this type of an arrangement. Sky's the limit. DIY number 18. So if you have watched my channel for a little while, this is looking familiar to you right now. This is something that we created this past fall, and we're going to replace the flowers with the spring colors that I was just showing you from the Dollar Tree. If you have not seen this video, or if you would like to see it again, I will leave the link to that fall video in my description box so you can go and see exactly how I created this. But they were essentially 3 little crates from the Dollar Tree. Obviously you can see I have floral foam in there. I have 3 candle holders, and to elevate that middle one I had used one of the Dollar Tree's double shot glasses. I think they call them little dessert cups, and they come in a pack of, I want to say 3 or 6, but I had used one of those. So I had not used floral moss the last time, and I decided that I wanted to use moss, so I went ahead and tucked that in everywhere. I made a mess in the process. And then I'm just coming in with my flowers. This is such a great project because once you build your base, you can switch out the flowers for every season. And obviously I hadn't done it for the winter season, but I did decide I wanted to do it for spring. And these flowers and colors are just making me so happy. I have irises that are just beautiful. There is freesia. I have narcissus. I have crocuses. They were just making me so happy while I was making this. I was smiling the entire time. So again, easy project and something you can switch out throughout the year. Isn't that great? Adding my little candles back in, and let me know what you think in the comments. DIY number 19. So for this project, I have a couple of Dollar Tree candlesticks holders. I've got a couple of vases, and I'm bringing in a bunch of different colors of chalk paint. I'm starting out with my Adirondack White by Home Decor, and I'm going to be adding some of this slate blue color, and the name of this is escaping me, so forgive me. I do have these in my Amazon store as well, so I can totally get you the name of it if you drop me a comment and want to know what it is. But I'm just mixing the colors together. Now, if I had had more like a royal blue, I would have wanted to use that. This was just the only blue that I had in my stash. So I'm making do. I'm adding in some pink and some yellow because I just was having trouble getting it to the shade of blue that I was really hoping for it to be. I even came in with some of my Arteza mica powder trying to give it a different color tone and bringing up the blue because it was more gray originally. So I finally got it to a color that I was happy with, and I'm just going to give those candlestick holders, or candle holders, pedestals, I don't know what you'd call them, but I ultimately gave them a couple of good coats of paint. While they were drying from that first coat, I did come in and tape off my 2 glass vases. I don't know, I'm using them as candle holders, whatever you'd like to call them. Gave them a couple of coats as well, and when they were almost completely dry, I came back in and I peeled away the masking tape that I had used for this. And I just find this so satisfying, so I figured I would share both of these reveals with you because you might find it as satisfying as I do. So once everything was completely dry, I came in with my Star Bonder hot glue gun, which this is brand new. I just got it. I absolutely love it. I am not affiliated with them in any way, shape, or form, but I just
I'm so excited that I have a new hot glue gun because I was in desperate need. But then I came in with this really pretty cord that burlapfabric.com sent me, and it is like a burlap color with then a light green running through it. It's really, really pretty. And so I just wanted to tie a simple bow on the front of each of these candle holders. Look how pretty. I do have a coupon code for burlapfabric.com if you're interested. It's in the description box as well. But let me know what you think. DIY number 20. For this project, I am going to be using the yarn that Savannah sent, and I have these little laser cutouts from the Dollar Tree, and I just got in all of these awesome new beads from Amazon. I will have them listed in my store if you have any interest, but I am trying to figure out my pattern and now counting how many beads or calculating how many beads I should need to make that come to reality. So I ended up with 48 of the medium-sized beads, 15 of the large beads, and 38 of the small beads. The small ones I left natural, and I'm putting all these together right on top of one another for counting purposes, but then as you can see, I did separate them out onto two separate little skewers so that I could paint them with my Rust-Oleum gold paint. I love this color. I was so excited about how it turned out when I used it on a beaded garland that I did back for St. Patrick's Day, and I just couldn't wait to use it again. So here we are again, spray painting things gold, which I love. And then for the medium-sized beads, I am using my Antique Wax by Waverly. I went in with my brush to coat everything, and then I slid it off onto my parchment paper. And then I decided I was going to wipe off the excess with some paper towel, and eventually I went back to my old standard, my baby wipes, and as you can see, that goes much faster. I dropped a bunch of them in my hand at once and just rolled it around until I got all of the excess off, and that worked great. So here I am just getting all of my beads ready to go. I've got my yarn. I threaded it onto my embroidery needle, and that's what I will use to help get these all onto the yarn. So I started out with 3 of the natural beads, and then I started in with my pattern. So I was alternating the stained with the natural, so 3 and 2, and then a gold. So hopefully that makes sense. But I just loved the way that this turned out, you guys. Just loving these neutral colors together, and I don't know, it just made me happy. So then I threaded my yarn through the little bug butt, if you will. There was a little hole at the base of the bug, and I went ahead and attached it to the end of my garland. I realized I had not created a knot right there, but I did weave the yarn back through a bunch of the beads, and it seemed like it was going to hold securely enough. So I went ahead and just left it as is. So the other end, I went ahead and cut it off, and I left a long tail. And now I'm going to go ahead and create a tassel. Now, if you've seen my recent videos, you know I've been doing a lot of these, so I did not include all the steps on the tassel, but I'll leave a link in my description box on how to do that. So I'll leave a link to one of the recent videos where I actually went through all of the steps on that. I did knot that off this time, slid it back up through some of the beads to hide that tail, and there you have it. It's all done. I love this, but let me know what you think. DIY number 21. So these fun little candlesticks were picked up at the Goodwill as well, 99 cents a piece. And then I have some pieces of wood from Hobby Lobby. These came in a pack of 4 for $2.99, I believe. So I probably should have sanded them down first, but I ended up doing that after I started painting them. So
You don't want to be like me. You want to take the time to actually sand it first. I was being a little bit lazy. But I'm going to glue these candlesticks onto my bases. I'm using Gorilla Glue, and I'm going to apply it to most of the edge, and then I'm going to set it down on there and then pull it away, because with this Gorilla Glue, if you watched my last video, you'll know that you're supposed to apply it to both surfaces that you want to glue together, and then let those surfaces start to dry for a couple of minutes. So I'm just pressing it down on there so that I can see where the glue needs to go on the wooden pieces, for setting it back down again later, so that it all is where I need it to be, if that makes sense. So once those had sat for a couple minutes, I went ahead and put them on the bases. Now I went ahead and tried to glue the pottery together like this as well, and then used a little bit of hot glue for that immediate hold. You guys, this did not end up holding. After I painted it, I went back in for my second coat, and it came apart. So I ended up having to use super glue, and I used the Dollar Tree super glue, which I'll be showing you in a few minutes, but that actually worked really well, and it was put together really nicely, and I don't think it's going to be coming apart. So I'm going to be using the Elephant Chalk Paint by Waverly, as well as my Adirondack White. And with the Elephant, I'm going to give it a couple of coats of paint all over the candlestick. With the 2 coats of paint on it, and here I'm showing you that it's pretty solid now that I've got it glued back together again. And this is the super glue that I got from Dollar Tree, and it's 4 to a pack, and this stuff really worked well on the ceramic, so very happy. And then I've got my chip brush from the Dollar Tree, as well as my Adirondack White, and the little bottle is starting to run low, so it made it easy just to get a little bit of paint on my brush so I can use that dry brushing technique. When I have more paint on there than what I want, you'll see that I just kind of dab it on my parchment paper that I use as my surface protector. And I like the parchment paper because it doesn't really stick to the project. So there you have it.
DIY number 22.
For this first project, I am using the corrugated metal sign that Savannah sent me, and then I have this yard pick, I don't know what you call this, from the Dollar Tree. And as you can see, I pulled off the flower and the little leaves, and I was just kind of fluffing up the flowers, for lack of a better term. And now I want to put a little wooden cube on the back of it, just so that it'll have something that I can use to adhere to the sign with the petals the way that they are. Then I'm going to give the whole thing a couple of coats of my Home Decor Adirondack White chalk paint, and just make sure that I've got all that covered. And then I'm going to dry brush it with some silver lining chalk paint by Waverly. Just wanted to give it that farmhouse look and make it look a little bit distressed and fun. And then I went ahead, I decided to leave the leaves green, but I'm going over them with the silver lining as well. So now I'm taking the little twine hanger off of the metal sign, and I'm coming in with elephant chalk paint, and just wanted to knock down the shine on the entire sign. So just giving that a good dry brush as well. And now I'm going to attach my flower with some hot glue. You might want to use some E6000 if you want that long-term permanent hold, especially if it's something you might put outside in the hot sun, because it would definitely fall off if it got warm enough. So I am now coming in with some more hot glue to secure the little leaves underneath the petals so that they are just sticking out slightly and helping to enhance our little flower blossom. Now I'm going to go ahead and add the twine hanger back on. I'm going to use the same hanger, but then I was looking at it and I decided I wanted to add a little bit of green. So this is my moss chalk paint, and I don't know if you have ever noticed like metal when it oxidizes sometimes, it gets that green tinge to it, and that was what I was going for here. Also wanted to have it help the flower pop a little bit more. And I love this, but let me know in the comments what you think.
DIY number 23.
This project, I am going to be using the faux leather ribbon that Savannah had sent, and then I have a whole bunch of these wood signs from the Dollar Tree. I've got 5 of them here that I am going to line up and glue together. I saw somebody else do this somewhere, and for the life of me, I cannot remember who it was or where I saw it. It was either YouTube or Instagram, I'm fairly certain, but I loved the idea, and I wanted to go ahead and make myself a tray just like that. So I thought that the faux leather ribbon would be a great opportunity to create this. Using my Gorilla wood glue with hot glue in between. I am not mixing the glues because I want to make sure that they are able to perform well. Once I had all of those done and glued together, I'm using these handles that I had cut off of some large paint sticks a while back and just had them in my stash, and I'm going to use them for just a little bit of extra stability and a place to put the little feet that I'm going to create with these little beads, and also have the ribbon adhered to that when I'm ready to adhere the ribbon. So once I had them all set down, I did just measure them off and make sure that they were all in the same place in each corner. So now I am using my latex chalked paint that I had picked up at Habitat for Humanity Restore, and this is very similar, if not identical in color, to Plaster by Waverly. So if you're looking for a similar color, it would be the Plaster chalk paint. So once everything was nice and dry, I am coming in with my faux leather ribbon, and I'm going to be creating some handles. I'm just trying to get an idea of what the length should be on the ribbon, and I'm going to go ahead and cut that down. And when I measured it, it was about 13 inches, and so I'm going to cut another length the same length so that I have equal matching handles. And then I will measure how far in on each side I am securing them, because I don't want to secure them differently on either side and then end up with different length handles. So that's the reason for my measuring. So now I am coming in with these cute little push pins that I'd picked up from the Dollar Tree a while back, and they have little flowers on them, but I also like to use them as brads. So you can see me knocking them in there now. I'm using the orange ones that came in the in the box. And now I am just going to secure my little straps down a little bit more on either side of my tray. Just using some hot glue there. And now I'm going to come in and give a trim to the entire tray, so all the way around. Now I started just around the corner on that one side, and now I'll go all the way around. I am applying some hot glue to the length of each side. And then when I make my way all the way around, I'll overlap that piece. You can see where I started, and then I'm going to trim it right up to the corner edge. I figured that would make it the least noticeable. So once I had that all done, I did pull out 4 more of these little push pins. I picked out yellow ones this time, and I'm just going to paint them with my copper colored acrylic paint marker by Arteza, and I'm going to use these as brads again, but just to help secure the ribbon handles again. So Sorry, I keep going out of frame on here. I was trying to make sure that I was getting them lined up and even, and it was above my eye height when I was doing this, and so I had to kind of lean it down towards myself so I could take a look at what was happening there. So once I had nailed it in with my little hammer, I did go back in and just touch up the paint. And then for the other one, I had not painted it yet. So I did find it was best to paint them first, let them dry, put them in, and then just touch up the paint. That way I had a better chance of getting in all the nooks and crannies. But let me know what you think. I love this. So if you are returning, thank you so much. You all know how much I truly appreciate you and all of the support that you throw my way. Thank you so much. And if you're new, my name is Corie and this is Crafted by Corie. I love doing all different kinds of crafts and DIYs on my channel. If you've not already subscribed, I hope that you'll consider doing so. And please give me a big thumbs up if you've been enjoying the projects, because it really does help support my channel. I hope you'll come visit with me again soon. DIY number 24.
We're going to be starting out with some paint stir sticks. These are the 5-gallon sticks. You can get 3 for about $1 at Home Depot or Lowe's. And then we're also going to be using a piece of pallet wood that I have from a previously broken down pallet. And I've got the base and then 2 ends. Originally I was going to use the ends of the paint sticks that I had cut down, but I realized they were a little too long, so I went back to trim them again, and I made a boo-boo with the machine and sent them flying, and so we're not going to talk about that. Got to be careful with heavy equipment. But we're going to be using Gorilla Wood Glue, and that's for a really secure bond. And then also the hot glue for the immediate bond that we'll want, just because I'm not patient enough to wait for the wood glue to bond fully. And the neat thing about the wood glue, Holly from Hot Humble Pie has actually said that it creates a bond at the molecular level with wood, which I thought was really super interesting. And she said that if you try to pull wood pieces apart that have been bonded with wood glue, the wood will oftentimes go with the glue because the bond is so strong. So yeah, definitely use wood glue if you want something to hold for a long while. Okay, so once I've got all of the paint sticks on, I'm going to go ahead and paint it. I'm going to be using the linen white chalk paint by Rust-Oleum, as well as the aged gray. And so going to give it 2 coats of the white chalk paint, and then I'm going to come back and age it with the gray just to kind of dry brush and distress it a little bit. Give it a little bit more interest.
DIY number 25.
Now that that's painted, I'm going to let it dry, and this is the second project. This is actually a tub, if you will, from mixed nuts from Costco. So I'm actually going to be painting 3 of these. I love mixed nuts and I snack on them all the time, so I've been collecting these little tubs of the Kirkland's mixed nuts, and so I've cleaned it out and going to be painting 3 of them, and they're actually going to sit side by side inside the little box. Now what we're going to do, I have a bunch of drawer pulls that I got off of Amazon for about $10 for 30 of them, I think, and I'm taking elephant chalk paint and I'm just going to knock down some of the shine off of them, make them look a little bit more aged, using a cosmetic sponge. As you can see, I've got all of the 3 tubs painted of the mixed nuts, and I had distressed them with the the gray chalk paint as well. And now you'll see me attaching the drawer pulls with hot glue. I do not advise doing this. This is a do as I say, not as I do, because you're going to see in a moment that the pull is going to pull right off along with the paint,
and I end up having to go back and fix it. So what I ultimately ended up doing was going in and actually using the screws that came with the drawer pulls. I used some foam core to build up the inside of that other cap, which happens to be Tropicana orange juice caps, because I thought that they were really neat looking. And using the foam core to build it up so that the screws would be tight going into the drawer pulls. I also recommend attaching all of that to the lids prior to painting, because otherwise you will find that as soon as you try to grab it for the first time, as my daughter did, it'll pull right off along with a lot of the paint. So I do not advise painting it until after you have assembled the whole lid structure, if you choose to do it this way. So now you can see that I am adding some burlap ribbon. I just tucked the ends under to make a nice little seam. And originally I was going to put the seam at the back of the containers, but then I decided what I would do is just kind of camouflage it and put it at the front. And so you're going to see in a second that I actually use some cotton twine or string, a thick string. I'm not sure if it's twine or string, but I am going to go around the lid on top of the ribbon about 3 times with the cotton twine, just to give it a little bit more interest, make it look pretty. And then after I do that, I'm just going to tie it off in the front and trim it. And then I'm going to create a little bow also out of the cotton twine. And what I'm going to do for that is just wrap the twine around my fingers about 6 or 7 times, and then I will tie it off in the front and hot glue it to the front of the container. So here it is. Isn't it super cute?
DIY number 26.
Okay, for this last project, we're going to be using our chalk paint again, some more scrap wood from the pallets that I have in my garage, some mug hooks. We're also going to use a staple gun. And then later I realized I was going to need some nails because my staple gun wasn't going to cut it. And I was trying to decide between the nails. I ended up using the smaller, I guess they're finishing nails. And then also the drill gun. I wouldn't mind grilling this summer, but the drill gun is what we're going to be using. So getting everything lined up, you'll notice that my edges are not the same length, but that's okay, because what I'm going to do is once I have this all nailed together, I'm going to take it out to the garage and use my little circular saw and trim off the ends so that they are all nice and even and neat. And I apologize that the video goes blurry a little bit here. It hadn't occurred to me at the time that having my tripod on the table where I was nailing things together might cause a little bit of disruption with the video. So lesson learned, won't be doing that again. But in the meantime, hopefully it's not too distracting and you can see what I'm doing here with nailing the slats of wood together with some scrap wood. Okay, so here you can see I've got my wood all trimmed up and nice and neat on the edges, and we're going to go ahead and give this a couple of coats of the white chalk paint. I'm also going to distress it again, dry brushing it with the aged gray, just like I did with the other parts of this 3-part project. And you can see that some of my wood slats aren't perfectly butted right up against each other, but I'm okay with that because I'm going for kind of a rustic farmhouse look, so that really doesn't bother me. I'm fine with that, and it's really not all that noticeable once the whole project is complete. And here I'm going over it with aged gray. And if you ever feel like you get a little bit too much of a certain color, it's really easy to just go back over it again with whatever color you feel like you need to cover it up with. So if I got a little bit too much gray, I would just go back over it again with a little bit of white, and it really just blends nicely. And paint is easy because you can always paint right back over it again if you need to.
So now I am going to use a pencil and I am going to just freehand the word coffee. And I'm going to get it all set in pencil, and then I'll go back over it with my black paint marker. I always like to try to do it out in pencil first, and then I'll go back over my design just in case. And there it is. I think it turned out super cute. So now we're going to go ahead and add on the mug hooks. So I'm going to figure out how I want to space them on here. I ended up deciding to do just 6 hooks. And then I was measuring it all out to try and figure out where exactly I wanted them, because my perfectionism was showing, and I wanted to make sure that they were evenly spaced and that they were all lined up nicely on the rack. So then I'm going to come back in and pre-drill the holes with my drill gun so that turning them in, twisting them into the board itself will be that much easier. And there we go. So now I am going to use a piece of chain that I got from one of the hanging baskets at Dollar Tree. And we're going to attach that with the staple gun to the back of the sign. And I should have done this before I added in the mug hooks, as you can see, but I managed.
DIY number 27. For this project, I have ordered these wood trays from Amazon. It was a pack of 5. I think it was like $25, and I thought it was a really good price. And then I have a couple of handles from Dollar Tree plungers, which you can see I cut down with my little miter box. I basically cut the screwy ends off of them and then cut them in half. Now I'm just gonna sand them down on the edges, just make sure everything is nice and clean. And I'm taking a look at these, and I guess I was trying to make sure that they were the same length, but I'm showing you now that I screwed holes in the bottoms of them. So I did larger holes at one end on 2 of them where I can actually fit my screw head down inside of it. So that's that end. And then the other end, I screwed a regular, or I drilled, I should say, a regular size hole that my screw will be able to screw into. And I did that at the bottom of all 3. So 2 large holes in 2 of the things, and then 3 regular, holes that I drilled. Hopefully it'll make sense a little bit later as I put it together. But right now I have found the center of my 3 trays that I am using from that pack, and I'm just drilling a hole the same size as what I need for my screw. And I basically had taken a piece of paper and made a template, like I traced my circles onto it, folded the circles in half and then in half again to find center. So it was just an easy way for me to find center on these. I didn't show how I did that, but hopefully you understand what I mean. So I'm going to take my Gorilla wood glue, and I've got that large hole there that my screw head fits into. I'm going to put some wood glue down inside of here. So I'm going to drop my screw back down inside there, and then I am going to fill it the rest of the way with wood glue. And I'm trying to be real careful not to get it on the threads of the screw, because I'm going to want to be able to screw my pieces together later, and so I don't want the glue jamming that up. And here I'm just checking to make sure that the screw is standing upright and not leaning to any one side, because I want to make sure that everything screws together straight. So hopefully as I go here you'll understand what I'm trying to do. Essentially, I wanted to have a way to screw all of these pieces together without it being visible. So this was my makeshift way of having a screw connecting 2 different pieces of the wood pull together. Hopefully that makes sense. So now I've decided that I am going to do a buffalo check paint on my trays. I could not find my masking tape to save my life. I don't know where it is. It is somewhere in my craft room. I can't find it. So I'm using Scotch tape. So I apologize because it makes it a little bit difficult for you to see. It was a little challenging for me to see even as I was doing it, but I made it work. I'm all about find a way or make a way. So I was using my Scotch tape, but I'm just using the same method that I'm sure you've seen a lot of other people use. I'm using a length of the tape to measure off in between the tape sections that I'm going to protect from paint. Again, I'm having a lot of trouble explaining what I'm talking about tonight, apparently, but hopefully you are understanding what I'm saying, especially with the visual. So, and I'm sure, again, that you've seen other people do this. So once I had that all taped off, and I promise I'm going to move on in just a second here. There we go. So once I had it all taped off, I came in with my Adirondack white chalk paint by Home Decor, and I am just going to give this all a good coat, and I'm being careful to get as close as I can to the edges without hitting the edges, because I wanted to keep the sides of the tray the wood tone. So then I came back in with a smaller brush and just made sure that I was able to get in at all of those edges, and I was just real careful. I did not tape up the edges. So, but here we go, revealing this first set of lines, and it came out so nice and crisp. This is so satisfying. So very happy with this. So once I had all of that peeled away and it was all dry, I came back in and I did my tape the same way, but in the opposite direction. And you can see my square sitting there to my right, and I had used that to just help make sure that I was getting my tape lined up nice and square and perpendicular to the lines that were already there, because I want these to look like squares, like checks, not like diamonds. And if you're off, if you've got it at an angle, they're going to look more like diamond shapes rather than squares. So now I'm coming in with my crystal. It's crystal or crystalline? I can't remember, but it's a chalk paint as well. I believe this one is also by Home Decor, which is a Plaid product. So Home Decor and Waverly, they are both made by Plaid. I didn't even realize that until recently, but they are both Plaid products. They're just different brands within the Plaid family. So at any rate, I was using, I believe it's crystalline. But anyway, really pretty color. And then I came in with my Nantucket blue. And for my Nantucket blue, this is just being very, very careful to hand paint the squares on. So I still do have that tape down, which protected the white everywhere where I needed the white protected. And then I wasn't as careful with the crystalline because I knew that where it was hitting the white, I was going to be coming back in with this Nantucket blue. So hopefully that makes sense. So it's here with the Nantucket blue that I'm having to be real careful. So I have a nice small, flat, relatively stiff brush that I am using to do that. And again, at my little edges along the sides of the tray, I'm coming in with a tiny, tiny brush. So here we go. You ready? I was so excited when I started pulling this tape up. Look at how awesome this is, you guys. And I'm not one to really toot my own horn, but I can't tell you how proud I am of this particular project. This tray may be my favorite project that I have done since I started my YouTube channel. It's between this and my ship wheel. I don't know if I can beat the ship wheel. The ship wheel was really pretty up there for me, but this tray, I just love it. So this is them all done. And you can see that they do nest. So they are slightly different sizes. When it's all put together, it's hard to tell that the top one is smaller than the bottom one, but you can see here that they actually are. So I'm starting to screw in my first screw. So this is the third screw. So you need 3 screws and 3 of these wood poles or whatever you want to call them. So I screwed my screw into the bottom, and I'm screwing that into one of my wood lengths that has one of the other screws sticking out of it. And I did let that set overnight with the wood glue so that that screw is not coming out of the top of that pole, for lack of a better term. So now I just went into my stash and I grabbed out 5 little wood beads, and I wanted to have feet on this just to lift it up a little bit, and also so that little screw in the middle wasn't going to interfere with anything, because I do not have it countersunk, if you will. So I just used some wood glue on that, and of course I didn't wait for that to dry, so I recommend you wait for it to dry before you move on. I ended up having to put them back on again in a couple of places, but because I was moving this around and I was knocking them over anyway. Do as I say, not as I do, right? So now I am just screwing together the next section. So I had set the next tray on top of that screw. I used my second length of the pole, if you will, and now I'm screwing on, as you can see, the third tray. So you can just see how I just set it right down on the screw, turned it until it was on there. And now I'm ready to take this, but then I realized I really want to do something with the top of my, what do you even call this, you guys? Pole? Post? Stick? I don't know. So I am taking from the Dollar Tree one of these shower curtain rings, and I am going to find a drill bit that matches the little knobby thing at the end that like hooks into the other part of the ring to like close the ring. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but hopefully you'll, again, understand what I'm saying as I go here. So I'm drilling a hole through the top of my top stick, right? And so I'm finding that that little knobby thing goes right into the hole, and it's perfect, and it's holding the one side in place, but there isn't anything to hold it in place on the other side. So I am going to remove that little knobby thing from another one of these rings. So I scored it, and now I'm just using my needle nose pliers, and I broke it off. So I'm taking that and I'm tucking it in where the other one would normally latch it. So is this making sense? I hope this is making sense. And I'm just going to hot glue that in place. So now I have a little knobby thing on both sides of the ring that they can now fit into my stick, right? Are you getting what I'm trying to explain? Because I know I'm not making a lot of sense. But at any rate, I decided I wanted it painted. Magically, it is now that Nantucket blue color. And now I'm going to just go ahead and screw that onto the top of my tray. And there you go. I love this so, so much. Please let me know what you think in the comments. DIY number 28.
For this, I have a piece that I got from the Goodwill for 99 cents. It's a brown pottery piece. This also was from the Goodwill for 99 cents. It looked like a little pumpkin to me, so I thought that that was perfect. And then we're also going to be using some sheepskin of the Home Decor chalk paint and Waverly chalk paint in celery. So I'm just going to get my pieces from the Goodwill cleaned up, get those little tags, stickers off of them, and then I'm going to give them a good wipe down with my little baby wipes that I like to have on hand and get everything all cleaned up, because you never know where things came from when you pick them up at the thrift store. So always good to just make sure they're nice and clean before you get started on your project. So then I went in, and for my base I used the sheepskin paint, and I gave this ultimately 3 coats because I just wanted to make sure that that brown was completely covered. just a little trick that I got from Heidi at Heidi Somble, to wrap that up in a baby wipe while you're waiting for your paint to dry, if you know that you're going to be going back in and doing another coat. So then using the celery on the little pumpkin, and I believe that one I also gave 3 coats. I find that the Waverly chalk paint is not quite as thick as the folk art chalk paint, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just it just goes on differently. So I think I did end up giving that 3 coats as well. Now I thought that I wanted to give the base a little bit of a trim at the bottom, so I added in that celery, but I wasn't happy with the way that it was looking. I don't know, it felt like 80s to me or something, and I just wasn't happy with the line that I was getting there either. So I was, not happy with it. So I just went back in and I tried to wipe it off a little bit first, but it was already starting to dry. So I covered it back up with some more of the sheepskin, and I was much happier with that. And then I took what was left on my brush and just added a little bit of that sheepskin to the pumpkin on all of those bump ups for the pumpkin, or what I'm using as my pumpkin, or considering it to be a pumpkin. So just used more of a dry brushing technique. I didn't reload my paintbrush. I was just using what was left on there, giving a little bit more interest, and then I ran it along the top as well. And then I had this ribbon that I had gotten from Costco a couple of years ago during the holidays, and it's kind of rustic looking, but at the same time it's got that gold thread running through it. I don't know if you could be rustic and gold at the same time, but if you can be, this ribbon is it. So I just did a very simple bow around the top, and then I'm going to trim the ends, just dovetail them by folding the ribbon in half and cutting it at an angle, just give it that nice finished edge. And then I fluffed the bow a little bit more and decided that one tail was a little too long, so I just trimmed that up a little bit more. And there you have it. I thought this was so cute, and it just looks so nice on that little base, that little pedestal. And just wait, you guys, until you see it all put together on my dining room table with some florals in it. Isn't that adorable? I love it.
DIY number 29. For this project, I am using some scrap fabric, a heart wreath form from the Dollar Tree, and also a book from the Dollar Tree. And I am just going to take my scrap fabric. This is a long strip. It's about 5 feet long and maybe 5 inches wide. But you can use probably different dimensions. It really is just a means to an end. I'm just covering up, wrapping my wreath form so that I have a surface that I can use. It does not need to look pretty because we are going to be covering this up. So I'm taking my craft knife from the Dollar Tree and I am just slicing the pages right down along the spine. Be careful of your thumb there. I was being very careful, even though it didn't quite look like it. So I cut out a bunch of the pages and I started out folding them in the middle, in half a little bit, going both ways, and then I flipped it over and folded it on a diagonal. I was just trying to find a way to get this to kind of fold in on itself in a neat manner. And so I continued to do that for a little bit, and then eventually I was like, you know what, I am just going to start smooshing these. So I just grabbed the middle and smooshed them, and I actually liked the effect that way much better. So up to you if you decide to do the folding method or the smooshing method that I've got going on here, where you literally grab the middle of the page and kind of twist it and just make sure that everything is pointing upwards. Putting some hot glue at the tip and then tucking it in and placing it on the fabric, and you just do that all around the form until it's all filled in. So now I have my sheer ribbon, and I was determined to try to hang this from the center again. And I have tried this before, and for whatever reason with the heart shapes, I just end up not liking the way that it's looking. But I did go ahead and give it a try. I left this part in so you could see what I tried to do. I didn't want to leave it outside of the pages because I was afraid that it would crush them. So I was trying to tuck it in between the pages, and yeah, I was just not caring for that. So ultimately I decided that I was going to go ahead and create just a little hanger on the back. So trying to decide if I wanted a long hanger that'll be seen or if I want it hidden. I ultimately decided I wanted it hidden. So just a little loop of fabric, or not fabric, but ribbon, and hot glued that down, and that was it. DIY number 30. So for this one, I have the Welcome Summer sign as well as the adhesive cork sheet that Savannah had sent, and I went ahead and peeled off that welcome. It was like a foam, so there was no salvaging it, and I probably would not have wanted to use it for something else anyway. As you can see, I filled in my holes, and now I have this magnetic primer paint. I had picked this up a while ago. I had never seen it before, but I was excited about it, and then it's been sitting in my stash because I haven't had an opportunity to use it, so I am using it now. I'm really excited about it. It is, I discovered, oil-based. I didn't realize it until I was trying to clean it up, so just be warned that it is oil-based. And it was super thick, super thick. When I was stirring it, it was like almost solid with a bunch of, I'm assuming, oil sitting on the top, and so it took some effort to mix it, but once I got it mixed, it was all good. It did suggest that the best way to use this is 3 coats, and you have to wait 30 minutes between each coat, and then you have to wait for 4 hours before you apply a top coat. And then it suggested a single layer top coat to ensure that your magnets will stick to it. So that was what I did. It didn't have a complete coverage, but I figured, you know what, this is Farmhouse. It'll look a little bit rustic, so I just went with it. And I'm using that same winter latex chalk paint that I had used before. So I'm just measuring to make sure that I've got it centered. I did, as you see, cut my cork paper in half, and I'm going to double it up, and I'm pretty sure I saw Sammy from Unicorn Dust Designs do this recently, and I thought it was a great idea because I've always felt like it's not thick enough to like actually stick push pins in. So with the double layer, I thought that that would work much better. So now I am cutting off some large popsicle sticks because I want to frame this, and the cork sheets are elevated off the surface, obviously. I want to make sure that I've got an edge that is equal all the way around my sign, if you will, so that when I go to frame it, there won't be any gaps. So that's what I'm doing this for. So I worked my way all the way around, did that, and then I pulled out my paint sticks and was just looking to see how I would need to measure them to make sure that I had my frame all set. Used my miter box to cut off the pieces that I needed. The shorter ones, actually, it all worked out really, really well because as long as I made my top and bottom, the insides, if you will, they were like the perfect length. I just had just enough up to where that handle is, where it kind of goes in. So now I am using my antique wax for staining, and once they were all dry, I was able to put my frame together. So I'm using my Gorilla Glue, wood glue again, and I'm going to come in with some hot glue as well, just so that I have that immediate hold and then the long-term bond. And I did that all the way around. And here I am just not mixing my glues again, just to make sure that they will function the way that they are supposed to. Testing out one of my magnets, it definitely stuck. I'm not sure how strong these magnets actually are. I did not test them on my kitchen refrigerator or anything like that, but they're sticking to this, so I was happy with the results. So it works. So now I'm coming in with some craft paper, and I am just going to cover up the back of the sign, and so it's just a nice finished project.
And I apologize if you can hear Sammy's bell in the background. He is letting me know that he wants to go out and play, and he's just going to have to wait until my voiceover is done. So forgive the bells ringing in the background. But once I had all of that secured, I came in with my craft knife and I am just trimming that off. And then I know I need to create a hanger, so I came in with some twine that I had, and I am going to cut it off to a length just slightly longer than the width of the sign. I'm using my staple gun, stapling it down, bending it back over itself, and then stapling again. And I do that because I don't want it to pull out of the staple if I do just the one single staple. And there you have it. And so I'm taking a bunch of my little push pins and sticking them in my little cork board. So I have a little bit of place to hang things up. But let me know what you think. DIY number 31. This is my inspiration. This is what we're going to be trying to dupe. I saw it at the Hobby Lobby. I'm going to be using a stencil that I created on my Silhouette Cameo. I had shown you some foam core board that I'm going to be using, some tissue paper that I have left over from a different project, and now I'm also using this Dollar Tree frame, which I have taken apart. I popped the glass out of it, and I thought I was going to just dry brush it at first and let it look kind of distressed, and I was not liking the way that looked. So I ended up giving it 2 really good coats of my Adirondack White chalk paint. And then I took the glass and I traced it on the foam core board and used my straight edge with my craft knife, and I'm just using it on my self-healing mat from Arteza, and cut that out so it was ready to go. Then I took my stencil. Now, you guys, if you have a printer available to you, just use like Word or another word processing software and just do yourself a favor and print this out. It would be so much easier than going through everything that I'm doing right now. But if you want to do stenciling, this is an option for you, but I promise you it would be a lot easier if you could just print it out. I, right now, do not have a functioning printer, at least for my personal use, because it is out of toner, so I did not have that option available. So I am doing the stenciling, and I was just coming in with a really light coat, and then I went over it a few times. I'm using the Elephant chalk paint. So once I had that completely covered, I went ahead and peeled away my stencil, and I had really nice crisp lines. I was really happy with it. I was afraid that the stencil vinyl was going to adhere so much to the foam core board that I wasn't going to be able to get it off, but I honestly had no problem removing it, as you just saw. It was perfect. So very, very happy there. And then went ahead and weeded it out. I'm using my fancy pin pen that my friend, the Purple Pixie, had given to me a while back. So thank you again, Crystal, because I use this all the time and I love it. So you just want to be real careful if you are using foam core board that you don't pierce it with your pin pen or whatever other tool you're using to weed this out. So just be real careful. So now I am going to set that aside and let it dry the rest of the way, and I'm taking my tissue paper, and I don't know if you noticed that little container of water that I have there, taking my paintbrush, dipping it into the water, and I am tracing around my little images that I want to rip out here. It just gives you some control over where you're tearing your images. It makes it much easier. And the thought behind tearing versus cutting is that you will not see the edges as much as if you were to cut with scissors. Now, if I had this to do over again, I probably would have just created full strips of the tissue paper for the top and the bottom. I think it might have looked a little bit more cohesive when you look at it close up, although I also might have ended up with more wrinkles. Hard to say, but if you end up looking too close at my finished product, you can actually see that this is a lot of little pieces of image that have been applied to it rather than one cohesive piece. So hopefully people won't look too close. But ultimately, I really did love the way that this came out. So hopefully you will love it too. But once I have all of my pieces torn out, I'm just going to arrange them and make sure that I've got enough and make sure that I have them set up the way that is pleasing to my eye. Now on the picture that we are looking to duplicate, as you could see, it only had like one image top and bottom, but because mine are so much smaller, I opted to put multiples. Now you could certainly have just one or two. This is my preference, so it's not going to be an exact dupe, but I still think it is super pretty. And I'm coming in and just giving everything a really good coat of Mod Podge. With the first one, I thought I was going to be able to just go over top of it with the Mod Podge, and I learned very quickly that I really needed to Mod Podge underneath and then apply a coat over top as well. So that's the best way with the tissue paper to prevent having bubbles. So once I had all of my images in place and got them all sealed down, I did come back over and give the whole picture a really good coat of the Mod Podge just to seal everything in and make sure it was good to go. And if you are enjoying this project, I hope that you'll give me a big thumbs up and let me know that you like it. It really does help support my channel and it helps me to grow on YouTube. And I just want to thank everyone who's been leaving such sweet comments. I am way behind on responding to the comments. You all know that I normally try to respond to every single person who leaves me a comment, and so I apologize that I am so far behind. I've just been super busy with my day job, so it's been slowing me down quite a bit. So thank you so much for your patience with me. But here it is, and let me know what you think. DIY number 32. So this is my picture for my dupe. I have to admit it's probably going to be more like an inspiration photo, but I'm trying, you guys. So I have these 4 wood square signs from the Dollar Tree. I have a bunch of the wire baskets also from the Dollar Tree, and I had those, I'm not even sure what you would call them. They're like hanging racks from the Dollar Tree as well. So I'm going to be piecing these together. I am using the large 5-gallon paint sticks. I left it in the plastic. It's a set of 3. I left it in the plastic when I went to cut it down. It just helped me to keep everything lined up and the same length and not sliding around. So before I frame it out, I'm flipping these over, and I decided I was going to use these large popsicle sticks or craft sticks, and I'm using my wood glue along with some hot glue for the long-term bond and the instant hold, right? So I am just pretty much, I want to say sealing, and that is not the right word because it is late at night again, but I'm securing all of these and providing some additional support, that is the word I was looking for when this is all put together. So now I'm just cutting down all of my pieces because my paint sticks were not long enough to frame out with just a single paint stick on each side. So I had measured and gotten the additional pieces that I needed, and then I'm coming through and I am just securing everything with my little craft clamps. These are Dollar Tree craft clamps. I think they came something like 8 to a package. And the reason I'm doing this is I want to make sure I've got everything all lined up and square and where it needs to be before I come in and start gluing it all down. So that's what I did, and now I'm coming back with my Gorilla Wood glue and some hot glue again, and I'm just going to follow this process all the way around and just remove my clamps as I go. So once I have them secured, I don't need to really clamp it again. Although I think I ended up putting something heavy on part of it because it just didn't want to lay flat for me. So I'm going to do the same thing with the interior. I'm just going to be framing out almost like a picture, not a picture, almost like a window frame. So like a window, so that all of my lines are covered up and it looks nice and pretty. So I'm just measuring off where I need to cut this because I'm going to be using one of the other scraps because again my paint stick isn't long enough to go the distance there. So as you can see, I am piecing it together this way. I'm not sure why I decided to do an angle cut for this one. I guess I thought maybe it would be a little less noticeable from a seam perspective. I don't know that that's really the case, but that's what I ended up doing. Now I'm coming through and measuring off, and these will be straight cuts. As you can see, I've already done the top one, and now I was cutting the bottom one, gluing everything down just as I did before. So now I have my hooks, multi-hooks. I don't know what you want to call these, racks, but I'm trying to decide where I want to put them. And at first I thought I was going to adhere both of them to the middle, and then I thought, you know what, it would make a lot more sense for me to put it along the wood because then my baskets are going to hang down and sort of be framed out by each of the little sections, if you will. So I'm coming in with nails because that's what I had at my disposal. They were too long, so I'm cutting off the tips on the back. So yeah, find a way or make a way, you guys. That's my motto. And then I'm just going to cover it up with hot glue so that it's not pointy and pokey and won't scratch whatever surface I have this up against, which happens to be my pantry door. So I am now coming in and just checking out how the baskets are going to go. I did end up bending up those little hooks a little bit more in a minute, but I also decided I was going to use these little Dollar Tree tags, for lack of a better term. So here you can see I'm coming in. I wanted to try to be real careful. I ended up using something around it to protect it so that I wasn't marking up all of the little hooks. But then I went out and spray painted it in the garage. I just spray painted it all white. I spray painted my baskets with a hammered silver, and this is the end result. Let me know what you think. DIY number 33. Here is my picture for this dupe. This, did you see that price? $103.99 on clearance with Pottery Barn. Oh my goodness. But I am loving these little vases. I think they might be from the Dollar Tree. And then I came in with my Rust-Oleum frosted glass spray paint. I think I saw Chemo from Chemo Craft using this, and this is my new favorite thing because seriously guys, it dries in 10 minutes or less, like fully dry. So I'm coming in with my tape, as you can see. Now as I was adjusting it here, I noticed that it pulled off some of my frosting. So that I wasn't happy about. I'm like, you know what? I have a feeling it's going to end up doing that everywhere. And so I pulled it off, and it certainly did. So I'm like, you know what? We're not going to do that because it pulled it off on the other one too, and I did not want to end up with these little shiny clear areas when my project was finished being painted. So I am instead coming in with a couple of rubber bands, and I'm going to have to go a little bit higher than I originally had planned with my paint, but that's okay. So I got my rubber bands as straight as I could around my containers, and then I'm coming in with my Adirondack white chalk paint. And now my Antique Wax by Waverly, I am coming in and going over that to create a faux wood look. So I'm hoping to get it pretty close to what that original picture looked like. And here they are all lit up. I love these. Let me know what you think. DIY number 34. For this project, I am using a mini little broom that I got from the Dollar Tree, as well as some really pretty Dollar Tree picks. And this little broom was scented with cinnamon. And when I saw it, I was like, oh, this will be perfect for my minis. So I don't know if you saw one of my videos in the fall where I did a door hanger, but I can link that video in my description box for you if you're interested in seeing a full-size version of this. But I came in, you all know I love to cut apart all of my picks. So I cut my picks down to individual pieces, and then I tucked them into the little broom handle or broom, whatever you want to call this. So I'm actually not securing anything right now. I'm just tucking everything in. I do want to come back in and will come back in with hot glue, but right now I like to lay out my pieces first to see how I like them in position before I commit. So now I'm coming in with a pick from Walmart actually, and I pulled off all of the little pieces. I think this is baby's breath, but I couldn't swear to it. But decided those little stems were a little bit too long as they were, so I did go ahead and trim those off. And then I was just tucking in the little pretty white flowers here and there throughout my little arrangement, if you will. Just making sure that it was pretty to my eye. And you can use any kind of flowers for this, right? I just liked these little tiny blossoms because I was doing a mini project here. So coming back in with my hot glue, and I'm going to secure everything, making sure that everything is where it needs to be or where I want it to be, and then just making sure that everything is tucked away and secured with the hot glue. I even came in a little bit on the back and made sure that everything was secure because some of those little pieces did stick through to the back. So now I'm coming in with some Dollar Tree ribbon. I have two ribbons. One is a lace ribbon. Actually, they're both lace ribbons, but one is more of like a crocheted lace ribbon, and then the other is what you would think of as a regular lace ribbon in a pretty lavender color. And I was just wrapping it around my fingers a couple of times because I'm just planning on doing a simple bow. I was struggling with getting it to look the way I wanted it to. So I had wrapped it up around a few times, and I was thinking I wanted the ribbons layered like this, but then I just wasn't really liking the way that it was looking. It wasn't what I had pictured in my head. So I finally pulled them apart and did them separately, and I'm just wrapping them in loops that are kind of at an angle to each other, right? So just looping it around but staggering them. And I did that with both pieces, and then I'm just going to layer them on top of each other. And this is what made me happy. So then I took another piece of the crocheted ribbon and just wrapped that around the center of my bow, tied that off with just a simple knot, and then I went ahead and secured the bow to the top of my piece. And then you have a little mini door hanger, just a cute little piece to decorate your tray or a small area of your wall if you prefer. DIY number 35. For this project, I have two of the items that Savannah sent me, plus a leftover transfer that I had there. Those little half pearls, like I like to call them, were exactly one of the shades in that wreath transfer. So I thought it would be a great opportunity to use those together. So I gave the little box, after pulling off that blessed heart that I did set aside because I am going to be using it, gave it a couple of coats of my Adirondack white chalk paint by Home Decor, and I'm peeling away the paper from the transfer after I'd rubbed it on, and now coming in with these little pearls. And the length of these strips it was perfect. I could not have measured it better if I had tried. They were exactly the length that I needed for the inside of this little box. It was awesome. So now I just decide that I wanted to knock down the color on that a little bit. So I gave it some dry brushing with the white, and then I am dry brushing the blessed as well. I'll go ahead and reattach that to my box, and then I am going to give it a little bit more of a dry brushing because I just wanted it to have a little bit more of that look to it. So coming in with a little bit more of the white, just getting it to the way that I want it. I am so excited to use this on one of my tier trays. I think it is so cute. And before I do that though, I am going to come in with some gray baker's twine that I'd gotten from the Dollar Tree. And I'm going to secure it at the bottom of the sign, just a little tiny bit of hot glue, get that all secured, and then I'm going to wrap it around several times. And I do need to be conscious of making sure that the placement is done in such a way that it'll still stand up on its own. So I did have to adjust those threads just a bit, but I love this. Let me know what you think. DIY number 36. So for this, I have my Rust-Oleum Metallic Gold paint. I also have my Waverly chalk paint in fern and moss. And this is a pack of wooden beads that I had gotten on Amazon. The link is available in my Amazon store, which you can find in my description box. And I pulled out 3 different sizes of beads, and I am just arranging them in the pattern that I think I want to use. Now I threaded them all onto some skewers, and I'm using a box to just use my spray paint, just really lightly spurting it, if you will, to make sure that I'm covering the beads. And I was loving this gold spray paint. At first I thought maybe it was going to be a little bit too gaudy, but it was actually gorgeous. So highly recommend that one. Now I am coming in and using the fern on some of my mid-sized beads, and then I used the moss on the smallest beads. I actually divided my smallest beads into 2 groups and left half of them natural. So here are all my painted beads. Once they were done drying, I went ahead and pulled them all off of the skewers and pulled them off of the skewers. And now I'm coming in with some baker's twine that I had picked up from the Dollar Tree. This is like 50, I can't remember if it was 50, I think it was 500 feet. I can't remember I think it was 500 feet. So a really good amount of baker's twine for $1. But it was a really pretty spring green color. And I went ahead and threaded it onto a large needle. I guess this is maybe an embroidery needle. I'm not certain. But going ahead and stringing on my beads in the pattern that I wanted to create. Now you can do whatever you want with this. You can make your own pattern with your whatever size beads you want. You can make them all the same size. You can use different sizes. You could use, you know, just 2 colors, 1 color. The sky's the limit. So whatever your imagination wants to take you, wherever your imagination, oh my goodness, I can't talk. This is all up to your imagination. Let's put it that way. So once I had all of the beads threaded, I went ahead and tied them off on either end, just with a little simple knot to make sure that they wouldn't go anywhere. And then I decided I was going to create some tassels. So I am going to link Anika from Craft, Eat, and Repeat, her channel. She has a video where she shows how to make these tassels. This is where I learned how to do this particular type. I've never made a tassel before, but I saw her video and I thought this was ingenious because it just, I don't know, it's simple. Maybe it's the simple things that just make me happy. I don't know. But basically I had wrapped it around my hand about 30 times. I tied it off really tightly at the top, and then you saw me cut the strands in the middle. This is where Anika's trick comes in. So I'm taking a new strand, and you can see the tail up at the top. I'm creating a loop at the bottom. So you have a tail, it's hard to see, but there's a tail up at the top right there, the loop at the bottom under my thumb, and I'm wrapping the baker's twine around that. And you can wrap this however many times you want, depending on how you want the top of your tassel to look. I think I wrapped it around about 8 times. Once I had that all wrapped around, and I'm doing this in regular speed so you guys can see this, I clipped that off. Now that end that I just clipped that I'd been wrapping, that's the end I'm going to take and tuck through my loop. And then I'm going to hold down that little end, and then I'm going to pull the original tail that is attached to the loop and pull that through. And what that does is it hides your knot underneath everything you just wrapped, so you won't see a knot on the top surface. I thought that was genius. So thank you, Anika. So you can find a link to her video in my description box. So I'm going to do it again just to show you once more in case you want to see that again. So tied it off at the top, clipping the bottom, and then coming in with a new piece of the baker's twine. You can see my tail at the top, looping that down at the bottom, maybe. Once I've got my loop where I want it, I go ahead, maybe, and I'm going to wrap this around again. Yeah, see, we all struggle sometimes. All right, so wrapping, and once I have that wrapped again about 8 times, again, you can just wrap it however many times you want to get the look that you're going for. So I wrapped it around a bunch of times and then trimmed that off. Took that end that I was wrapping, tucked it through my loop, just pulled that through, held on to that, and then I found my tail from the original loop that I created and pulled it tight. And then you can just trim off really just the top end. The bottom end really gets melded in with the rest of the tassel. And I'm just giving them a little bit of a haircut, making sure that everything is nice and even and that my tassels are the same size. And then I took my little needle again and I threaded on one of the ends of my tassel and used my needle to go in between those 2 threads that were through the beads, just so that I could attach it properly to the end. And then I tied off a cute little bow with all of the little ends that were kind of hanging out there from having put my garland together. You could certainly trim all of that off. I just decided I wanted to create little bows because I thought it was cute. I am loving this. Let me know what you think.
Hi again, I hope that you're enjoying the crafts so far. I'm really excited that you are here. If you are returning, thank you so much for all of your support. You know how much you all mean to me and I appreciate you. If you are new, I'm Corie, and on my channel I love doing all kinds of different DIYs and crafts, usually on a budget, a lot of Dollar Tree, thrift flips, trash to treasure. You'll see a little bit of everything here, and generally I slant towards farmhouse with a little bit of traditional thrown in. I've recently been really inspired by New England, kind of coastal, but still with the slant towards farmhouse. So at any rate, if you haven't already subscribed, I hope that you'll consider hitting that subscribe button and make sure you hit that bell so you get notified every time I upload a new video. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get back into the crafting.
DIY number 37. So here we are with our little pencil holder, our flowers, the blue gingham ribbon. All 3 of these items are things that Savannah sent me. I have my antique wax from Waverly that I'm going to be using, and then I was showing my acrylic paint markers also. I tried using the wax with a paintbrush, and then as you can see I went right back to my baby wipe. I just love using the baby wipes with the wax. So once I had that all nice and covered, I went ahead and set that aside to dry, but wanted to make sure I had all of the area is completely covered first. So now I'm taking the adhesive little flowers and I decided I wanted to color them in. So I picked the ones that I wanted to use for this project, and I used my acrylic paint markers to give them some fun colors, using a baby wipe again to just blend some of these colors together and get them looking the way I wanted them. This one kind of reminded me of a sunflower, so I tried to make it look like a sunflower. I've got a little pink rose, but the pink was like bright, so I kind of tried to just tone that down a little bit with a paper towel, creating a daisy. I think that daisy might be my favorite. The daisy or the sunflower, I'm not sure. I think they're both really, really cute and they came out well. And then I was thinking pansy with this one, but I don't know the pansies are really that color. But you know, it was a pretty blue, and I added some yellow and some purple. I was just trying to play with the colors a lot too, to see how I could get them to blend together and what kind of looks I could create with these cute little flowers. And then this one I was doing as a violet. And then this last one, I have no idea what kind of flower that's supposed to be, but I decided I needed a green. So that was what I did. But now I am using the gingham ribbon or buffalo check ribbon, whatever you would like to call it. And I'm securing it down at the bottom, and I'm just gonna wrap that around and make sure it's nice and tight, because I'm only going to be securing it at that one spot. So I just want to make sure that it wasn't going to go sliding off of my little pencil holder. So secured that down with some hot glue, and then I did the same thing around the top edge as well. So once that was all nice and secure, I was able to take my little flowers that are now dry, and I'm just placing them in a way that's pleasing to my eye. I'm bunching them together, kind of like a little bouquet. That was what I kind of had in my mind. You could certainly just space them out around the middle of the pencil holder, and I think that would be super cute as well. But this is the way that I chose to do it. Let me know what you think. DIY number 38. This project, I'm using a little birdhouse from a Dollar Tree. I loved that this had the little heart cut out for the little birdie. Super cute. I'm also excited that I found this sandpaper at the Dollar Tree. It was something like 40 sheets of sandpaper in all different levels of grit. And so I sanded down the rough edges and coming in with my home decor chalk paint, giving everything a really good 2 coats. I did decide I wanted my roof to be a little bit different, so I wanted to go ahead and paint that red, which I did. Just kind of speeding through this painting here. This is a really cute and quick DIY. Touched it up in places, and now I'm coming in with some scrap foam core board, and I'm going to sandwich 3 pieces of this together. Reason being, I'm looking to put my little birdhouse up on a little post, and I need some way to secure the post. So I'm sandwiching with hot glue these 3 little squares, and then I'm going to create a hole in the middle of it in a little bit. First of all, I decided that I wanted to cover the edges, make them look pretty, so I have this red ribbon from the Dollar Tree, and it's got a little bit of a gold shimmer to it. It's actually really pretty. So I'm applying that all the way around the edge. Once I cut it off, tuck that end under just to make sure that it's finished. And then I'll just have this seam face towards the back of my birdhouse, even though it won't really even be noticeable. So this is a dowel, also from the Dollar Tree. I think they come in a pack of 8 or 10, but they're 12-inch dowels. And I just gave that a coat of white paint. I didn't paint it all the way down to the end. You can see it kind of sitting there on the side, because I knew I'm going to be cutting that off. I don't want it that full 12-inch length. So I was using my little embossing tool and then a paintbrush stick, just trying to get the hole the size that I wanted it. And then I went ahead and placed my dowel in that hole, hot glued it to the bottom, and now I'm just trying to identify how long I want this. So
cutting off about 5 inches, I would estimate. And then I have this cute little flower pot that I had used back in Halloween time for another DIY. So I swiped that and I'm just filling in with reindeer moss. Is that cute? So now I have my little Dollar Tree bird, and I decided I wanted it to be white like a dove. So I'm going to just go ahead and coat him with a single coat of the white chalk paint as well. And I think he turned out really cute, almost a light gray.
DIY number 39. This project, I actually had started this at the very beginning of creating my channel, but I lost a lot of the footage because I was having trouble with technology issues when I was first starting out. So I'm recreating a little bit here to show you what I did. I had that candle holder that I showed you first from the Dollar Tree. I have 4 of these candlestick holders that I glued together with E6000. So 2 sets of those, so a total of 4, created 2 little risers, if you will, just like that. Then I also have my burner covers from the Dollar Tree, as well as a pizza pan, also from the Dollar Tree. So what I did was I flipped that candle holder upside down. I used a whole bunch of E6000. I secured my pizza pan with the E6000, then used more E6000 to secure the double candlestick holder here. Then on top of that, I used the larger of the larger of the burner covers, some more E6000 with another double candlestick, and I'm getting really close to the camera here, and then the smaller of the burner covers. Hopefully this makes sense. So here it is when it was put together. I had already painted part of it, and then when I realized I had lost a lot of my footage, I had abandoned it until this past winter when I went ahead and completed it. So I went over it with all of my Rust-Oleum white linen paint, and then I also distressed it a little bit with antique wax. And here it is all finished and decorated.
DIY number 40. Project, I have this bucket. I don't know what you'd even call this. It's a metal tin something that I've had in my stash for a while. I'm honestly not even sure where I got it from, but it is definitely thrifted. And it has a little bit of a glitter all over it, which is sealed in, but yet it's still glitter. So I felt like it might be a little bit bumpy and I wanted to smooth that all out. So I sanded it down and then also wiped it all down with one of my baby wipes, giving it a good couple of coats of Adirondack white chalk paint. And now I am using dry brushing with my celery chalk paint by Waverly. So now I have this awesome tissue paper that I picked up at the dollar store and Dollar Tree, excuse me. And I am using my Mod Podge to apply this to the tin. And I don't know if you can tell, there's a ridge all the way around the tin there between where I'm applying the tissue paper and where that dry brushing technique was. So now I'm using a piece of scrap fabric that I have. This ended up being the perfect length. I thought I might need both of these strips, but I basically wanted to make sure that they were as wide, a little wider than my bucket is tall. So I am using my hot glue and I'm just running a bead along the top of that. I'm doing this right side out. So if you are inside out, I guess you can say, yeah, I said it completely backwards, inside out. So when you're applying it, you want the back side of your fabric to be facing you because we're going to be flipping it over inside the bucket. So hopefully that's making sense. But I pulled that tight. I wanted to overlap those edges a little bit, and now I'm flipping it into the bucket, as I mentioned, and I'm going to create a seam here. And so I'm applying to the fabric some hot glue. I'm flipping over my edge there, and I'm just pressing that down. Now I'm gluing the fabric together. I'm not gluing it to the inside of the metal bucket. You certainly could, but
I chose not to. I just am trying to just make sure that my fabric is coming together with a nice seam here. So you can see a little bit better in this shot what I was doing. So once I have that seam done, I'm going to take the rest of it, I'm going to fold it into itself here, and I'm going to create another seam so the inside of our bucket, basket, whatever you want to call it, is nice and finished. And I ran that glue all the way down and sealed that all the way down. So here I'm tucking that in, and our bucket is all set as far as that goes. Now I wanted to apply some ribbon, and this is the color that I wanted to use, but it was a little wide. So I'm actually going to fold it into thirds, and using my hot glue gun, I am just going to make sure that it stays that size all the way down the length of the ribbon that I want to use. So once I have enough to go around my entire bucket, bin, basket, I cut it off, and now I'm just using hot glue to apply it right on that ridge that I was mentioning before. I ran it all the way around the perimeter of my basket. When I got to the end, I thought about right here doing like a little funky bow kind of thing with the end of it, and then I decided it was too bulky and I didn't like the way it was going to stick out. So I trimmed it down, and I'm just going to flip over those edges, or flip under the edges, I should say, and glue that down with some hot glue. And that's it, you guys. I did come back in and just apply a little bit of extra glue here and there where I thought I needed it, but so simple and elegant and pretty. Let me know what you think in the comments. DIY number 41. This project, I have some pieces that I picked up from the Goodwill. These were all 99 cents a piece. I've got these little parfait glasses, and then these were little bread warmers. And the reason I know that is that it was actually imprinted on the pieces themselves. They're like a clay. So I guess you like warm them up, and then you can set your bread on them. It keeps your bread warm. Kind of fancy. But I am giving everything a rub down with some rubbing alcohol. One of my sweet subscribers suggested that my paint might stick a little bit better. So I cleaned everything off with rubbing alcohol, and I'm coming in with my E6000 and a little bit of hot glue. And I'm going to secure my parfait glasses to my little pottery rounds, for lack of a better term. These are just raw clay, baked clay, from what I can tell. So now I'm coming in with my chalk paint. This is Crystal by Waverly. And my first coat went on the way it normally does, which is usually pretty good. And then when I came in for my second coat, this was the moment of truth. I was hoping that that rubbing alcohol was going to do the job, and it still kind of wanted to come up on me as I was applying the second coat of paint. Now, I don't know if it's because I'm using chalk paint. My guess is that chalk paint and glass just don't mix. So it might just be that. It could also be that the paint was still warm because I had used my heat gun to try to dry that first coat, and maybe I didn't let it dry fully, or maybe it needed to cool down. I don't know. But at any rate, as soon as it got wet again, it wanted to come right up off of the glass. So I'm thinking maybe acrylic paint might work better. But at any rate, once I had them all painted and done, I came in with some baker's twine that I had gotten from the Dollar Tree, and this was in a light blue shade that was almost an exact match to the paint color, and it was interwoven with white, right? So it's not just a solid blue, but it's a blue and white, and I just think it's such a pretty color. So I wrapped that around my base several times, and then I'm sorry, you can't really see what I'm doing here, but I did a simple shoelace bow and then decided I didn't like the way that looked. So I untied it, wrapped it around again just to shorten my ends, and then I went ahead and tied it off with a simple knot. Now, I know looking at that I'm not done, because I definitely wanted something more. But in the meantime, I went ahead and did the same thing with the other side, and here you can see I'm just tying it off with a simple knot. And if I had to guess, I probably went around the base about 6 or 8 times. Now I'm wrapping it around my fingers 8 times and just creating a whole bunch of loops and clipping that off. And I'm going to set my loops down on top of those tails that were already created on the piece, and I'm going to tie a knot around my loops. So I'm just creating a bow of sorts. So Just a little flappy, messy bow. And I'm going to do the same thing with the other one. I'm just holding my fingers a couple of inches apart, wrapping the baker's twine around, and then coming in with my little loops and tying off in the center. So hopefully you can see here exactly what I'm doing. Super simple and super cute in my opinion, but let me know what you think. DIY number 42. For this, we're going to start out with a broomstick that I got last year. It was cinnamon scented, and we're going to cut off the handle right about there, above where it's all fastened together. I just used my wire cutters for that. And once that is all clipped apart, I am also going to trim the bottom to make it kind of a feather shape, if you will. I saw something like this at Joann's and I was like, I can make that. So that's what I'm doing. So once I have it to the shape that I want it, I'm going to bring in all of my florals. These I also got at Joann's. I've got one pick of these hydrangeas that are in this really pretty creamy color with some browns in there. And then I had some whiter flowers. I cut all of these picks apart, so I'm just using those 2 picks of flowers for this piece of it. Just cut them all apart, and I'm placing them in there and securing them with hot glue. Just tucking them in between all those little twigs and then securing them with the hot glue. Then I went back in, did the same thing with these other little flowers. I don't even know what kind they are. I know that the first ones were a type of hydrangea. I'm not sure what these are, but I just thought that they were really pretty and they complemented it nicely because I wanted to do something with this neutral color palette. What do you guys think about all of the neutral tones for fall? Are you more of a traditional, oranges and burgundies and gold tones for the fall, or do you like the neutral color palette that's been really popular lately? I'm kind of digging it. So then I came back in with these sprays. These I already had from Hobby Lobby, and I just took one set of this floral spray, if you will, and pulled it all apart. Actually, I might have had 2. I think I actually did use 2 of them, but pulled it all apart and used the individual pieces all along the outer edge. This is going to provide a little bit more fullness, some more dimension. It's going to make it a little bit more robust while also keeping it light and airy and just really delicate, as you see there. Now at this point I thought it felt a little bridal to me, so I wanted to come in with some actual of the traditional fall tones, if you will. So I am pulling those apart. I had 2 or 3 of those. These I got from Joann. They were, again, on sale. I think it was like a 70% off sale, so I was really happy with the deals I was getting. I think this might have cost me in all about $12 to $15 to make, and then the swag also was only like $15-ish to make. So really budget friendly, you guys. When those swags, you could see them online selling for $130. Let me tell you, I was really happy to make it for $15. So here we are. I'm coming back in with the little cotton bulbs. These are from Dollar Tree. I only used 1 spray of these Dollar Tree cotton bulbs. And now coming back in with the same ribbon colors that we used before. And I'm doing the same roll it over itself method. And so just looping it until I had about 5 loops on either side, and then I'm gonna cut that off. Using another chenille stem, I'm just pinching it in the middle and going to secure it by twisting that chenille stem around it, and just made sure that I had about the same amount on either side. For this one, I think I had each side at about 5 or 6 inches, just to give you an idea of the size of this bow. So once I had that all fluffed out, I wanted to make tails for the bow. So I cut a length of the ribbon and folded it in half around my bow, and I'm just tying a simple knot. And I'm making sure that my chenille stem is straddling it, because I'm going to be using my chenille stem to attach it to the, what used to be a broom, to attach it there at the top. So you can see me here pushing the chenille stem pieces through the broom and just in between those little twigs. And I'm going to twist that off a couple of times. And then you want to keep that chenille stem, those lengths, because I'm then going to attach them to each other to make a loop. And I'm sorry you can't see this quite as well. Hopefully you understand what I'm saying. I'm just wrapping the chenille stem around itself on either side to make a loop at the back, and that'll be our hanger. Fluffing up the bow again. And then I'm going to dovetail my ribbons. And if you don't know what I mean by dovetailing, you literally just fold your ribbon in half, like lengthwise, and then you cut it at an angle, low on the inside and high on the outside, to just angle it and give that little dovetail, is what they call it. So it just makes your ribbon nice and pretty and look finished. So then I'm going to place my ribbon where I want it. And I eventually did go back in and just tack it down with a little teeny bit of hot glue so it was where I wanted it, you guys, and so that it would stay in place. And here it is on my front door. Let me know what you think. I am absolutely in love with this piece. My fiance Rich actually says he thinks this is one of the best projects I've done so far, so you'll have to let me know if you agree with him, and if this isn't your favorite, what is your favorite? So I'd love to know what your favorite project is so far.
DIY number 43.
For this project, I have a little pitcher that I picked up at the Restore for $3, and I gave it a really good cleaning, and then I dropped it into a box and I'm spray painting it white. So I gave it a couple of really good coats of the spray paint, and now I have a Dollar Tree stencil. And I was struggling with this, not because of the stencil. The stencils are awesome, actually, but because of the shape of the pitcher. With that curved edge on it, I couldn't get the stencil to lay flat the way I needed it to. So I opted to go with that larger stencil, and I cut it into pieces, hoping I would be able to get it to lay a little bit flatter. And I had more success doing it this way. You just need to be a little patient when you're working with things that have rounded sides to them. Now, if you have any interest in these Dollar Tree stencils, I have some extras and I'm going to be giving them away. So leave me a comment and let me know what your favorite kind of decor is. So do you like farmhouse? Do you like nautical? What is your favorite type of decor? I would love to know. And you'll be entered in my drawing for one of these stencil packs when you leave a comment letting me know about that. So this is the Nantucket blue that I used, and I'm just cleaning it up a little bit. And now I'm going to come in with some of my washi tape, I think they call it, from the Dollar Tree, just to create a clean edge. I added some of the blue around the top, and then I wanted to do the same around the bottom. I was struggling with the tape for the same reason I had been struggling with the stencil. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to try a rubber band. I honestly did not know if this was going to work or not, but I went ahead, I put my rubber band on, I just made sure that it was lined up evenly all the way around so I would have a nice straight line, and I went ahead and filled that in with my Nantucket blue. And then once I had let this dry enough, then I went ahead and took off the rubber band. But I definitely recommend letting your paint dry if you're going to try this, because you risk smudging it if you don't. So you kind of saw how I popped the rubber band off there. And look, you guys, it worked beautifully. It was a nice, clean, sharp edge, and I am loving this little picture. I think it's so sweet. And here it is. I love it, and I hope you love it too.
DIY number 44. For this last project, I am using 4 of my ball canning jars, and then I'm also going to be using some stencils that I had picked up at Walmart a while back, as well as some burlap craft sheets. These are also from burlapfabric.com, and they are laminated on the back, so they're great for things that you want to craft with. So taking my white Adirondack chalk paint and going to give all of my jars just a single coat of paint. It's okay if it's a little bit messy because we're going to be distressing these as well. So 1 coat is perfectly fine, and that's all you need. So now I am taking the burlap craft sheets, and I am trying to decide how large I want them. They don't quite go all the way around the jar, even if I use them lengthwise. So I finally settled on folding them in 3s across the length. Hopefully that makes sense. So 3 shorter sheets for each. And I did this with 3 of the sheets because I needed a total of 8 because I wanted to be able to go all the way around, so I needed 2 for each jar. And I'm also making this reversible. So when I had all of my little sheets cut, I came in with my stencil and again my little makeup sponge with my white chalk paint, and just making sure that that letter is centered and moving on to the next. And so I did this for Love and also for Home. So it is going to be reversible. Now you could certainly use the O and the E jars for both, but I wanted it literally to be reversible because I wanted it that way just in case I had it on a shelf where you could see both sides of it. So that was why I did it that way. So now I'm coming in with a baby wipe and I'm trying to wet distress my jars, but I let them dry too long, and yeah, the paint just didn't want to come off. Where I got it off, I was using my fingernail through the wet wipe. So I came in with my sanding block instead, and that worked much better. So I'm focusing on the top edges and the bottom edges because our centers are going to be completely covered up with the burlap, so don't need to worry about distressing the centers. So coming in and distressing all of those, and once that was all set, I went ahead and lined them up and I started getting my letters ready. By the time I was done distressing my jars, my letters were dry so I could keep on crafting, and just trying to get an idea of how high up on the jar I wanted them to be. So once I determined the placement, I came in and I just did a bead of hot glue on either side of the burlap strips right to the jar. And I did that for all 4 jars. So here I'm just going to make sure that I have it lined up, that it's even with my L. I'm going to just eyeball it, make sure that everything is the same height, and come in and glue down my strips. So once I had that all done, I flipped them over in the order that I wanted them. So again, they're going to be reversible. So I need to make sure my Love is going from right to left now, so that when I place my Home, when they're all standing up, everything is as it should be. Hopefully that's making sense. So I brought in my new strips for the other side. I folded over the edges and ran a bead of hot glue down the length of that as well. I was just lining this up. I wanted my edges to be nice and clean. It does make them stand out a little bit on the sides, so if you don't want that look, you might want to consider just leaving them flat, but I don't know. It just depends on whether you want a nice clean edge. I wanted the nice clean edge, so just folded that over and came in and secured that on all 4 of the jars as well. So on the one side I have love, and on the other side I have home. So here I'm going to flip them around for you again so you can see they're there, and then I'm just double checking myself. Is home going the right way? Yep, all set. So now I'm going to come in and I'm going to add some ribbon. And I'm using more ribbon from burlapfabric.com. They also sent me this thinner ribbon. It's just like the ribbon that we used on the plate, except it's more narrow. So this is, I think it's a 1-inch ribbon, whereas the other one was a 2-inch wide ribbon. And I thought I was going to use the lace for this as well, and then I decided against it. So I just ended up doing a simple knot around the top of the jar, and you'll be able to see in a minute. I'm sorry, at this angle you can't really tell what I'm doing, but then I'm fraying the edges again, and there's how it looks. And then I decided I was going to do that around all of the jars, but I'm going to work my way around each jar with where my knot is. I don't know if that makes sense, but my knot placement is going to be different on each jar, so that no matter whether you're looking at the home side or the love side, you can see the knots and you can see that there's some reason for it. So you can see now, so I've got the one on the left is in the middle, then it moves to the right, then it moves to the back, and now this knot is going to be on the left side of the E for love. And there you go. And here it is with home. Give me a big thumbs up if you like it. DIY number 45.
So for this, we are going to need a tape measure. We are going to need some burlap. This is something I got at Hobby Lobby. It was $14.99 originally, but I got it 50% off, so it was about $7.50, and a pair of scissors. So this is a super, super easy project, you guys. Can really even hardly be called a DIY, but I'm going to be measuring out about 7.5 feet of this burlap fabric, because I'm going to be using this on my dining room table as a runner, and it's a rather long table, and I want 6 inches overhang on either end. So I'm snipping the end, and then I'm going to follow that strand all the way down so that I know where I want to cut on the opposite end. I'm sorry, this is a little out of frame, but I'll snip the other end, and then I'm going to pull that string out. And this is a trick I learned from Crafting Cousins. You can see there creates a place where you can cut through and have a straight line. So many thanks to those ladies for that tip. So you'll see that this burlap is bound all the way around the edges. So what I'm going to do is cut that binding off all the way around the perimeter, because what I'd like to do is give this a rustic look. So I'm going to be pulling out some of the strings along the perimeter. So in order to do that, we're going to have to cut all of this away. So once that is done, I just decided how wide I wanted that frayed edge to be, and I went ahead and pulled that out, and then I went back and counted the number of strands that I had pulled out, and went ahead and counted off the same number of strands to pull away all the way around. And it wasn't exactly perfect because the edges weren't completely perfect when I cut away that binding, so I just did my best to try to keep it consistent all the way around the piece of the burlap. And you'll see in a minute where it was very obviously not the same width. I just went ahead and cleaned that up with a pair of scissors to just make it a little bit more consistent. But this is by no means something that needs to be perfect. It's meant to be rustic and have that farmhouse look. So here you can see I'm just going to clean that up a tad, because it was quite obvious to me that it was not even close to being straight, and I wanted that to be a little bit closer. There's something about this that was just so satisfying to me, and I'm even enjoying watching it back, so just letting you all watch how I did this. And that's it. Easy project, right? And then we have our runner.
DIY number 46.
for this project, I have chicken wire, I have a bin from the Dollar Tree, one of those metal bins, a sign from the Dollar Tree, and this is an old frame that I just have in my stash that I am painting white with my Adirondack white home decor chalk paint, and I'm giving a coat of white to all of my other pieces here too. So the little floral tub as well as the sign. And now I'm measuring my frame because I want to make sure I cut down the chicken wire. And as you can see, I've put my gloves on because this stuff can get a little bit pointy and sharp, so be careful with it. You can also see it did not want to unroll, so I eventually put it on the floor and cut it down to size. And this is 16 by 19 for the size frame that I have. And then I came in on the back side of my frame and I'm using my, not my nail gun, my staple gun. And I am just securing the chicken wire to the back side of the frame all the way around the edge. I'm pulling it as tight as I can and just securing that with my staple gun all the way around. So once I had that done, I wanted to make sure that I did trim off any excess around the edges and bent in the little wire pointy pieces, but I wanted to make sure that my wall was protected. So I have my Arteza felt. This is self-adhesive felt. And I am just drawing some straight lines down here that I can then cut. These were about 1/4 inch wide. And I'm going to be applying this to the edges where the little pointy wires are sticking out. So hopefully that's making sense. So it's also covering up that little area that I had not painted on the back, because you all know how I like to have everything nice and neat and finished looking. So double whammy on that one. So now I am taking my sign and I am just hand lettering this. This is with one of my Arteza chalk paint markers. Keep in mind, this is not my handwriting. This is more like drawing letters because I had this sped up by about 3 times. And so once I had my word down, I went ahead and went back in and did that faux calligraphy kind of look by widening every single downstroke. So wherever you draw down on your letter, that's where you widen it when you want that effect. And then I'm doing just a simple font for the blooms, and then I came back in and did my little fancier font for my here. So love blooms here. I just thought that that was really sweet. So I went ahead and did my faux calligraphy on the here, and then I decided I wanted to fancy up my sign a little bit more. So I came in with some yellow of the chalk paint marker, and it's a little bit hard to see here in the picture, but it definitely brightened it up a little bit. But it still needed something more, so I came in with a blue chalk paint marker and just gave it a little bit more detail around the edges. Now, I still wasn't happy with it. It was like too bright or something, so I decided I was going to distress it a little bit with my antique wax by Waverly. Word to the wise, if you want to distress it like this, do it before you write your words in there. I was having a little bit of trouble because I was afraid to go over my letters for fear that I might smudge them or make them like streaky or something. So definitely advise to go ahead and do that before you write in your words. So now I'm back to the little bin or bucket, or I don't know what you would even call this, but it's a cute little flower container. And I went ahead and distressed where those words were with my Dollar Tree sanding block. And now I'm coming in with my black chalk paint by Home Decor, and I'm giving it that enamel look. And you can see I also hit it in a couple of places here to make it look a little bit banged up. So a little chippy. So I did that until I had it the way that I wanted it, the way that was pleasing to my eye. There's no right or wrong here, you guys. It's just however you think that you'd like it to be.
banged up there. And now I'm coming in with a piece of floral foam. I didn't even have to glue it. I was able to just wedge it right down inside of there. And now this is just a regular hole punch. I knew that I wanted to be able to hang this on my chicken wire that I had applied to my frame. And so I'm coming in with a regular hole punch. The second hole was giving me a hard time. Don't know why. So I did finally get it through. I was actually surprised it went through really easily on the first hole, and then the second hole, for whatever reason, I don't know, but I managed. So I've got my 2 holes in there, and then I'm coming in with a bunch of floral picks from the Dollar Tree. These are all their little purple hydrangeas. You know me, I like to cut down all of my floral picks, so I'm just trimming them down to the size that I need. And I tucked them in front of the floral foam in some places, and then actually into the floral foam in others. I just wanted to make sure that this looked nice and full. And so I was placing them around the foam, and then also obviously tucking them into the foam as well until I had it nice and full. And look how pretty that is. I just think that that looks so nice. I love it. So once I had that the way I wanted it, I started taking a look at how I was going to arrange all of this on my frame. I did take my hole punch again and punched my little sign. So, and again, the second hole, I had no problem with the first hole. The second one was giving me a hard time, but I got it done. And now I have from the Dollar Tree as well, this baker's twine in purple. And I just cut off a couple of lengths. I think they were about 8 inches long if I had to guess. And I'm just feeding them through the holes of my sign, and then I'm going to feed them through the chicken wire as well, and just tie a simple, cute little bow at the top of each corner. So just securing it at these top 2 corners. I did not worry about securing it at the bottom. You certainly can if you like and would like to have that look to it, but I didn't think it was necessary for what I was doing, and I liked having it just hanging from the top. So then I took another piece of the baker's twine and I threaded it through the holes that I had created in my little bucket. I don't know, what do you call that? A planter? I don't know. But anyway, I threaded it through there and then also through the chicken wire, and again, just a simple bow that I tied at the back, and that was really it. And then I did add some additional baker's twine to the back just to serve as a hanger for our sign so we could actually hang it on the wall. I did try using the chicken wire to do that, and at least with the nail that I was using, it just wasn't working. So I did go ahead and add this in for a hanger. And then I did decide I wanted to distress it. Again, do as I say, not as I do. It would have been easier for me to distress this if I had done it before I applied everything to it. But I definitely was much happier with it once I had distressed this as well. You can see I'm already knocking the flowers out of my little bin, but I was able to put them all back together again. And it all worked out well. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 47. So for this project, I am using the Farmer's Market calendar as well as a little wooden block from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to be using these images on the back. You can see I've actually already cut some of them out, so I'm going to be using some of the ones that are left. But first I am going to coat my block with my Adirondack white chalk paint. I'm just going to give it one good coat of paint on all sides. And once that is all painted, I'm going to go ahead and set it aside to dry, and then I will work on cutting out, well, I thought I was going to cut them, but then I decided I was going to rip them out, my little images. And the reason that I decided to rip them, I knew that I was going to be Mod Podging them onto the block, and I wanted the edges to be a little bit rougher, especially since this has got kind of like a farmer's market kind of theme to it. So I didn't want it to have perfect edges. So you can certainly cut it if you choose. I opted not to. I opted to rip them all. did take a little bit of extra time, but it gave me the look that I was going for. So I'm coming in with my Mod Podge in satin. For this particular project, it doesn't really matter if you use the satin or the gloss or the matte, because it's not going to show, it's going to be underneath. I am not going to be sealing the fronts of these. I am just doing the back. So I just made sure that after I applied it to the wood block, you saw me also applying the Mod Podge to the edges of the piece that I was putting down. And then I'm just going through and making sure that all my edges are nice and flat and all sealed. So once I had everything on there and everything was good to go, I went ahead and grabbed my sanding block, and I just wanted to sand the edges again to make it a little bit rough and distressed. And you could totally come in with an antique wax or something and distress it even more. I opted just to leave it a little bit cleaner and just wanted the edges a little roughed up, but you can certainly do whatever makes your heart happy. And if you're enjoying these projects, I hope you'll give me a big thumbs up. And if you haven't yet subscribed, I hope you'll consider doing that. And I appreciate all of my awesome subscribers who keep returning. Here's the final project. Let me know what you think. DIY number 48. This project, I am using yet another little piece that I picked up from the Goodwill, and I am coming in with my apple barrel paint in white, and this is by Plaid, and I was so excited because Plaid has sent me a whole bunch of paints to use for my videos to share with you all, and I am just thrilled. They also sent me a bunch of these paintbrushes, and I'm loving this one that I'm using. Just the fact that this is a little basket with a whole bunch of little wires and details, I decided ultimately that the spray paint was going to be a better way to go to get full coverage. So nothing to do with the paint that I was using before, it's just that the basket itself was challenging. So I'm coming in with some cardstock now, and I am going to create a loop, and I had cut it the width that was just slightly less than the height of the basket. Hopefully that makes sense, because I don't want it to stick up higher than the basket itself, but I'm creating kind of an oval shape there because I wanted to reduce the amount of the reindeer moss that I was going to have to use around it. So I'm leaving a hole where I'll be able to drop in some floral foam and where I'll be sticking my flowers in a moment. So I cut off a piece of floral foam and dropped that in, and now I have my irises that I cut all apart, and I'm just creating a cute little arrangement. And I love how sweet this is. Let me know what you think. DIY number 49. So $99 that Birch Lane wants for these books. What? I rated my bookcase. You could also go to the Dollar Tree and find books that have bindings of a similar shade of color. So in my own house, I could have done this in ivory. I could have done it in black. I could have done it in brown. I love books. I'm an avid book reader, so I had a lot to look at, but I am convinced that you could easily do this at the Dollar Tree and just find the books that are in the shade or the color family that you would like to have represented on your shelf for your decor, right? So I just took all of the book jackets off of them and got them all lined up. I did find that some of them actually weren't blue, they were black, and I did leave some of the dark ones in. There's one that was like way black, and I was like,
I don't think I want it in there. So I pulled that one out. And now I am taking my jute cord and I'm going to flip the books up so that they're standing upright. And then I kind of mix them differently because I wanted to see how it looked. And so I did it in the way that was pleasing to my eye. And I'm now wrapping my jute cord around the books. I wrapped it twice. And then I got ready to pull it tight and to tie it off. And then I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, you know what? I want to wrap it one more time. So I popped them back up again, wrapped the cord around. You guys, how can I even call this a DIY? This is so easy, but it's so stunning, right? So trimmed my jute cord, tied a little knot, and then tied off my bow. And that's it, you guys. That's it. $12, $10 at the dollar store, or free at home.
DIY number 50. For this project, I have this fun little vessel that I picked up at the Habitat for Humanity Restore. And then you can see that that was like $2. And you can see that other little piece I have there from the Goodwill that I had picked up for 99 cents a while back. And I loved this piece because of all those ridges on the outside. It made me think of a beehive. And those have been really popular lately. And I've seen a lot of them in twine. So I wanted to do something a little bit different. So I'm mixing in my Moon Yellow Folk Art chalk paint to some Mod Podge. And the reason I did that was I wanted to have a nice color, but I wanted it to be translucent. I want to be able to put a candle in here or fairy lights or something and have it light up. So you can kind of see how I've got really good coverage with the yellow, but you can see my hand in there. And so I'm giving it a second coat and it's still going to allow light to shine through, and it pretty much just glows in the end, and I love it. So I had set that aside to dry. And I have 3 different chenille stems, black, yellow, and white. I'm sure you can imagine what I'm making here, but I'm just taking the end of a paintbrush and wrapping my chenille stems around together so that I can create a couple of little bees. I'm just kind of mushing them together, making sure my ends are sticking into the inside so they're not pokey. And then with the white, I'm doing a little loop to make my little wings for the bee, and I'm just gonna tuck the wings right down inside. You can use hot glue for this. I found I didn't need to because I just squeezed the chenille stems back together and they were good to go. So once my little honey pot is dry, I can go ahead and apply the bees. I'm just using a little bit of hot glue and just placing them around where it's pleasing to my eye and makes my heart happy. So isn't this so sweet? I love this piece. So now I am going to be taking one of those little clippy labels from the Dollar Tree, but I'm also using some of this twine from the Restore. It's a white twine. I picked up the spool for 50 cents. It was awesome. And I started out just tying a simple knot around the top of my jar, but I didn't like the way that that was looking. So I undid that, and ultimately I ended up just tying it the way that you would tie a necktie. So a man's necktie. That's how I tied it. And I loved the way that looked. It ended up looking more like a little bolero knot or a bolero tie, if you know what I'm talking about. And it was exactly the way that I wanted the twine to lay. So it was wonderful. So now I'm going to be taking my apple barrel white acrylic paint, as well as my embossing tool from the Dollar Tree. And I decided to use my embossing tool because I thought I would have a little bit more control than if I were to try to use a brush. Even with fine brushes, I don't have a super steady hand when it comes to writing letters, so I opted for this and it worked well for me. And then I just went ahead and clipped it right onto the front of our little honey pot. I love it. And yes, I misspelled honey on purpose this time. But let me know what you think of this sweet little project. DIY number 51. So this is actually a trash to treasure. It's not a thrift flip, but I had found this piece of wood in a shipment I received for my yoga trapeze stand. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you're going to want to check out my other channel, which is called Calm with Corie, where I do guided meditations. And I've been talking about the power of positive thinking. And yes, my new yoga trapeze. That video is coming soon. So with this piece of wood, I went ahead and gave it a couple of good coats of my crystal chalk paint by Waverly, and then I've got this scrapbook paper. I'm using a scrap of that, using my double-sided tape from the Dollar Tree that I absolutely love, and I'm just going to center that. Now I have this Bless Our Home piece that I had taken off of another project for a different video, and I am just cleaning up the edges. The edges were kind of rough and had little pieces of wood sticking out, so I wanted to clean that up with my sanding block. And then it was all written in a cream tone, and I wanted to just bring that tone down a little bit and make it a little bit cooler so that it would blend in with the blues that I was using. So I'm literally just going over the words with a fine paintbrush with the crystal chalk paint just to get it to be a little bit closer in color. I forgot to show this to you, but I did use some hot glue to attach a tumbling tower block to the back of my Bless Our Home sign, and then just attached it and centered it to the middle of our piece there. So now I am just cutting down my pansy picks. You guys know how I love to cut down my picks, and I am placing them around the bottom of the frame and just gluing them into place where I want them. And at first I thought I was just going to put flowers along the bottom and then perhaps put a nice pretty bow at the top. But then I was just feeling like I wanted to bring them up a little bit higher on either side, and then all of a sudden I was like, you know what, I'm going to put them all the way around. So I did go all the way up and around. I did leave a space at the top for a bow because I still did want to have a bow. And I decided I wanted to use this gingham or buffalo check ribbon that I had picked up from the Dollar Tree. I just thought it was super sweet. And so I tried making the bow one way, and I was like, no, I don't want to do it that way. And so this is the fold over method that I'm now doing. And so once I had it set that way, I came in with my scissors and just notched either side of it. And then you can use a chenille stem or a piece of wire or whatever. I ended up using a zip tie because that was what I had right there at my table. So just secured the middle, and then I could play with the bow and twist the little loops around until I had them where I wanted them. Then I came in with some hot glue, secured that to my little sign, and then I rearranged the loops some more. And then I had a little scrap piece of the ribbon that I looped over a couple of times, used some hot glue, and I'm just going to secure that to the middle of my bow, just making it look the way that I want it to look. So adjusting that a little bit more, and then I'm looking at it and I'm like, you know what, I think I need some more flowers. So I'm coming in with some extra flowers around the top, and this just to me started looking like a rectangular wreath. So wreath, the sign, I'm not sure. What would you call this? But I don't know. I thought it was super sweet and pretty at any rate, and I just love these colors. So once I had it the way I wanted it, I am grabbing a soda can tab and I am going to adhere that to the back of my piece. And I'm just using a whole bunch of hot glue. I'm going to lift that up a little bit to make sure the hot glue gets in underneath it. And I'm just going to make sure that that is nice and secure. And this is what I'm going to be using for my hanger. Isn't that sweet? Let me know what you think. DIY number 52.
So we're going to be using a decanter vase from Dollar Tree. Adirondack white chalk paint and black chalk paint. Both of those are from Folk Art by Plaid. And I'm just trying to take off the little sticker on the bottom of the decanter vase. Took out my little baby wipe to help me out there because it did not want to come off. So just gave it a good wipe down, made sure it was nice and clean, and then we're going to give this 2 coats of the Adirondack white chalk paint. And of course I have no patience to wait for the paint to dry, so here is the heat gun. And now we're going to use a little makeup sponge and our black chalk paint, and we're going to give this the enamel look. So I'm going to rim the top edge of this with the little sponge, and then I'll be going back in and giving it that little chipped look by kind of knocking it here and there with the little paint sponge. This is something I've been meaning to do for a while. I've seen it around quite a bit. Wendy from White Sparrow Living, I specifically remember her doing this, and I just thought it was really cute and I wanted to give it a shot. So this is my very first attempt at the enamel look. So I'm just knocking it here and there where I thought it would naturally look like it had gotten dinged, maybe in that little milk crate that it might have been carried around in. So now I'm going in with my Sharpie black paint marker, and I am writing in the word milk. And I'm using, again, that kind of Ray Dunn looking font. There you have it. Isn't that cute? I'm really pleased with the way it turned out.
DIY number 53. All right, for this project, I am using one of these foam rounds from the Dollar Tree. There were 2 in a pack, and I am just going to cut this down. Now, my sweet friend Teresa B from Teresa B DIY is participating in this playlist today, and she had mentioned to me that she was going to be doing a watermelon theme, and I was like, oh, I had planned on doing watermelons for mine too. But so I had this one project I still wanted to do. And I felt like I shouldn't be doing watermelons because Teresa is doing that, but I'm hoping that she will forgive me in this one particular watermelon project because I really wanted to make it. I'd been thinking about it for a while. So here goes with watermelons. But I started out with acrylic paint by Folk Art, and it was a little too thick for what I was trying to do. And so I ended up moving on to chalk paint. And so as you can see, I am just creating that little white rind area, and I'm coming in with some green. This is the Fern chalk paint by Home Decor, and then I'm just blending it in with some of that white. So if you think about a watermelon, once it's sliced, you've got that green, and it kind of goes, it doesn't go right to white. It blends a little bit like with the color. It's like a light green, and then it goes more to white, and then it goes to pink, and then it goes to your red, right? So that's essentially the effect that I am trying to create here. So now I am coming in with Flag Red by Folk Art, and this one is an acrylic paint. So I had used the white chalk paint, the green chalk paint, but now I am using an acrylic paint for my red. And for whatever reason, I don't know if the white paint that I was using might be a few years old from my stash. It's very possible that I grabbed the old one and not the new one that Plaid had sent me. And that might be why my white was as thick as it was, because the red was actually a really nice consistency for this. So coming in and doing my rind, and then I just blend in that white, and then I also added a little bit of white along the rind just to give it a little bit more interest. So that's why I'm kind of showing you this again, because I wanted to show you how I had done the watermelon rind. So You can see that in just a second, perhaps. I guess I'm just gonna keep on blending. So, oh, there we go. So you can see I'm just using a little bit of the white paint and blending that in. And if you get too much, just paint over it again with whatever color you're trying to cover with. So now I'm coming in with some black folk art acrylic paint, and I'm making my little watermelon seeds, and I think that these are just so cute. So while those are drying, I decided I was going to make a little bin for my watermelons. So I started out with my Adirondack white chalk paint again and gave it a really good coat, and then I am sanding down the edges. I just wanted to stress it a little bit. I'm adding a watermelon decal that I had cut with my cameo, my silhouette cameo. And here is where I made my mistake. I did not seal it. I didn't go back over it with white chalk paint the way that I normally would. I just figured that this Arteza acrylic paint marker would work well. And actually it looked like it was doing a beautiful job as I was doing it. It did not appear to be like doing anything out of the ordinary. And I don't know if it's because I just didn't seal it or if it's the texture on this box or what, but I had bleeding everywhere. So word to the wise, if you're gonna do something like this, seal it up either with the same paint color that you used as your base or with some Mod Podge. And that should alleviate any bleeds, because this was bleeding. So I decided I was going to distress it too. So I'm like, all right, you know, we'll just go with it. So I don't know. So this little bin might be a fail, you guys. At this point, I was running out of time and patience, quite honestly. And I said, you know what? This might just have to get redone sometime soon, but I don't know. There's some charm to it, I suppose. So I went ahead and I added this, oh my goodness, I know what this is, Excelsior. It's like fancy grass made from wood strips, I think. But here it is with all of my little watermelon pieces dropped in. Let me know what you think. DIY number 54.
So we're going to be using craft paper, a calendar from the Dollar Tree, and they have some really great images on their calendars this year, you guys. So if you haven't had a chance to check those out, I recommend it. And then this is also a sign from the Dollar Tree. We'll be mounting our calendar image on this. And then also using some tumbling tower blocks. So taking the hanger off, and I'm going to use my Dollar Tree sanding block and just going to, sand off the edges of this, because I noticed that the image that was on there was kind of hanging over and I just wanted clean edges. And then I pulled out the image that I wanted to use from the calendar. Going to be using adhesive spray to adhere this. And this actually worked out really well, you guys. So if you watched my video from last week, you saw that I kind of got it everywhere with the bookmarks that I made. But for this, it was perfect. So just make sure that you have that image where you want it before you set it down, because this stuck really well. So getting all of the air bubbles out, you can use a credit card or whatever. I'm using my burnishing tool from my Silhouette. And here we are. I'm building a little frame with the tumbling tower blocks, but you'll notice in a second, I discovered that they're not all consistently the same color from one box to the next. I had a bunch of extras from other projects. I'm like, these are not the same color. So I ended up opening up another box and was just hoping that they would either match or that I would have enough of the brown blocks in the one box, and it actually worked out fine. But you can see I've got a little bit of a gap there. So I took my trusty little miter saw and cut off a couple of pieces, there you are, to just fit in. Just made sure that the edges were nice and just tucked those in to complete the frame so that I was good to go. Now I'm using just a straight edge to get myself started to make sure that everything will be nice and square, and hot gluing those little tower blocks around the perimeter of my picture. So I'm just going to do that all the way around. And there you go. So now I'm going to be using some burlap ribbon, and I've had this for a really long time, you guys, so I'm not sure where I got it. I think I got it online at like ribbon.com or something. But I'm trying to decide how I want my ribbon, and I'm really just folding it back and forth on top of itself to get the bow that I'm looking for. And I just kind of smoosh it down where I want it to be smooshed. You know, that wire in the ribbon is really super helpful. And then I'm going to come in with hot glue and just secure it where I want it. This is a really good time to grab your little finger protectors. I finally did. You can see I'm like burning myself. I'm like, you silly, why are you not using your finger protectors? So there, I got them on. And there is the bow the way I wanted it. So you can just kind of see it's just, you know, folded back and forth. It's nothing scientific. So I set that aside for the moment, and I'm flipping my sign over, and I'm taking another length of the ribbon, making a V shape, and I'm going to adhere this to the back of my sign. And I'm not too worried about how that looks because I am going to be covering that with that craft paper that I mentioned earlier. So we'll have a nice finished professional looking back when we're all done. So I'm going to go ahead and take that craft paper, and I'm going to, you know, set it down underneath. Here we go. And I'm going to trace it and then just cut out the square that I need for this particular piece. So I'll cut that all out, and then I will be adhering it with some hot glue. So just going to line it all up and glue it on down. So this just helps to have a nice finished piece. So if anybody happens to see the back, or if you decide it's something you'd like to sell, it's nice and done. So now I'm going to take that bow and I'm hot gluing that to the top of the hanger. And I did end up deciding this is too long, so I adjusted it down a little bit in the end.
DIY number 55.
So this is another simple project using chargers from the Dollar Tree. I have two different kinds here because I just picked up 4 of each for whatever reason. And then I have this heirloom white Rust-Oleum spray paint. I love this color. And then we'll be using the gold Sharpie paint marker as well. So I'm going to take these outside and spray paint them, and here they are. So this one is very plain, and this one has a little pearl bumpy edge, I don't know what you'd call that, along the edge of it. So we're going to take advantage of that and highlight that on the bumpy edged plates, and for the smooth plates, just going to use the gold paint marker and do an edge all the way around each plate. There's the first one, and you can make that edge as thick or as thin as you'd like. So I just wanted something nice and relatively delicate, very classic looking. And then for the little plate chargers with the bumpy edge, I'm just really going through and using that gold paint pen to highlight those little dots around the perimeter of the chargers. So there you go. Very simple, understated, but I think super pretty. And here we go with the final reveal.
Okay, everybody, that's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the project, please give me a big thumbs up. It really does help support my channel. And please be sure to comment and let me know which project was your favorite, because it really does help for YouTube to recognize me and for me to continue to be able to do this while I grow. So thank you so much again. Until the next time, be well, be kind, and make it a great day. Take good care. Thank you for watching. Bye.